It's such a high level. I mean, really, I know the rest of the series didn't go their way yesterday, but kind of took it to Chopper there in map 1. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So.
They did that before too. Fun and Winner were popping off and clicking heads. So yeah, it's so great. It's so great to see the journey of all these players and now battling it out with the best Overwatch players in the world, right? Now, you as a co-streamer, Jeff, I know you have the opportunity to take it all in, right? Not just the gameplay, but every single detail of what's on your stream. Therefore, I expect you to do really well in a game of, what did we call it? Overwatch map guesser,
Overwatch stuff guesser.
GeoWatch, something trademarked name. You know where we're going. Basically, we're going to show you a sneak peek of a part of a map, and you have to tell us what map we're at.
Okay, cool.
Sounds easy. I think we're all playing together in this one. For once, do not have the results. So.
I'm not against. It's not competitive. It's co-op. Is what you're saying.
This is co-op. I hate it, but here we are. Let's take a look at our first map preview. Oh, okay.
Is that Lijiang?
That was my thinking too.
No.
Yo.
Is it? Where?
Yeah, you bet.
Jeez, I mean, he's been the last 2 days. He's been on a.
When would you ever even be there? What?
As Lucia, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can get up there, but yeah, maybe. Is that Route?
Yeah, that's the last point of Route 66.
Yeah. Yes, it's the last point of Route 66. Absolutely.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Good job, gang.
I've been hiding behind those. Been there before.
As an honor player, I behind that
sure.
all the time.
I juke around those frequently. All right, next one.
Know that point of view well.
Right?
All right, next.
What do you play, Jeff? What are you? You strike me as a tank player. This is Eichenwalde for sure.
Definitely Eichenwalde. The green and white little arrows give that one away.
Easy. Guys.
Yeah, mostly a tank player, but when it comes to support, On is my #1 pick, so I feel you there. If I'm going to play support, I'll play a lot of On.
Ana main's base.
Right. That Lucio fighting there solo on the point.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's where Vast ended up after his Boston contract. Is this Throne of Anubis?
My guess would be Dorado.
I was gonna say Dorado as well. No, okay.
Blizzard. No, that's not Blizzard World. This is.
Runasabi.
Are we just going through every single the point of the game?
It's roughly red hued, which indicates Brim's of Iron Oxide, so I'm thinking Junkertown.
Okay, Jeff gets the last guess before reveal.
Oh.
Throw one in there.
Yes, but
we've already lost this one. Really.
Ilios. I'm gonna throw out Ilios.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
Hot take.
All right, this one got us pretty good.
This one's solid. Oh, come on,
bro. Survasa?
Just shove that camera in a corner.
Yeah, no one in the history of Overwatch has ever seen that
actually,
corner.
I'm actually good at this because these are the spots that he barrages.
Yeah,
I think of it.
Yeah, he should be familiar with every single little stone.
Yeah.
And pavement.
I see
the
future.
This is the last one. Narnia.
Is that the door out of gold? Narnia. Is that how I get out of metal ranks?
Yep, that's the holy one.
This.
Is this Esperanza?
Oh,
is it actually? How? That was good.
Dude,
I'm actually impressed. What gave it away, Mitch? What was it? The doorknob?
I died of
Ben in his ear. Ben in his ear.
I died of somber here all the time. No one's in my ear. Oh, Matt, you've got to take a legitimate L at some point in your life, Matt. Come on, bro.
Zoe.
That's today, that day.
Gang up with me on it.
We're on the same.
No, you're on your own, Matt. You're on your own. Yeah, you're on your own, Matt. Jeff will also not be on your side, so I just make that executive decision for you, Jeff. I hope you don't mind.
I'm not going to argue with Zoe. Yeah.
See, can't possibly. We're basically twinsies, so we're both rocking our gray streaks. So we're like.
You bet.
Related.
Exactly.
You don't. Yeah. Right. Gotta represent old people and Mitch on the desk. That was nice. That was really nice to hear.
I'm not old. That's great. You guys are.
Yeah.
You're a baby. You're like an infant in comparison.
Guys, you are welcome
really
once
is.
again for carrying you, kicking and screaming through yet another game of memory and cognition. No worries.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
No.
Mitch did phenomenal.
insider
Jeff
info.
really. You're right. I tell my grandkids about your performance here, Mitch. Thank you so much. But Jeff, before we let you go as our featured co-streamer for today, we of course will be rating your channel at the end of the show. Where can people find you in the meantime, and what kind of content can they expect from you on your socials and on your Twitch?
Yes, Twitch TV / Bullskunk. I'm streaming Face It League 4 to 5 days a week. I do 8 to 10 matches a week. That is my primary focus. All of those VODs end up on my YouTube as well. So YouTube at Bullskunk as well. So also get some OWCS co-streaming here on the weekends. And yeah.
That's right. Gotta support
I appreciate you
fellow
having me on. It's been quite the
passionate.
joy.
Of course. It's been absolute
so
pleasure
much.
to have you on. I hope that's not the last time. We're gonna pick your brain again in the near future, and you get a rerun on guessing all the map locations together with us.
I want a rematch. I think I can do better than that. I think I can do better than that. Can I give a quick
back
shout
to the
out
drawing
before I
board?
go to...
Study. Of course you can. Go ahead.
I want to give a shout out to Ocean. Ocean, best manager in EMEA. Without his advice, I wouldn't be here on this desk with y'all today. So I had to give a special shout out to. There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank y'all so much
Lots
for
of
having
love.
me.
Of course, you are most welcome. Jeff will be rated at the end of the day. For now, we're heading into our next game. Mitch, Matt, walk us through this one.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to jumping into this game. Remember, I did say 9 maps of Overwatch today, but Amplify always seem to get their one. So that's why bear in mind. Let's quickly stop over these picks here because we have a rainbow ban for Lijiang Tower. I guess it is TL, so they will play it wherever they can. But I mean, I don't know if you get Control Center, I don't know if it's really bowlable. So it's interesting that Amplify don't save this ban for a later map.
And we see a Sojourn ban on the other side, right? So just huge respects to Winter and her game from Amplify, right? As Jeff was mentioning, Winter's been popping off on the Sojourn. Definitely a hero that you want to get out of her hands if you are Team Liquid. But yeah, getting rid of the ball here early, right? There's a bunch of points that aren't exactly awesome for the ball here. Also allows Team Liquid to bring it in later in the series.
I also think that Tree is loving playing Torb so much that they have banned Sojourn. But again, trying to shut Winter down, who's been devastating on that hero. And if this forces Amplify into like a Tracer against the Torb, it's a little annoying for Winter. Not impossible, mind you. Phone also on the Echo here, which honestly, I'm down with this. I do think this is a pretty decent setup against what Team Liquid have. It's going to be in a Risa-based comp up against the Mauga here. So can Gap hang in the neutral against the one and only Infected?
They're going to put a ton of pressure on the Gap as well. I mean, every time he's been, we've watched, right, just getting chunked down. So like you were just about to say, you're going to have to keep him alive somehow.
Right, it's been tough. Gap definitely getting chunked down before they can really get towards the point. Liquid staying grouped up. Bear in mind, you've got Lucio Kiriko here, so these cardiac overdrives need to be good from Gap and Co for that extra healing to maybe make up for the throughput of, someone other than Kiriko. Knife goes down early, so Winter, she's already starting to go to work on Team Liquid now, and Amplify don't mind these longer fights where Phone and Winter have time to go through multiple cooldown rotations and blow multiple heroes up. This is nicely done. Amplify getting in control after only, 25%? Take those.
Absolutely. Very good there for Amplify, right? They give up a little bit of percentage early on, but that's really, they're just getting pressured out. Like Infected just kind of running down Gap, forces them all the way back to their Mega Health Pack. And then once they get all healed up and pretty safe, they kind of run on in. It's going to be a TP straight across. So Knife and Co want to fight on the point right away.
Sim turrets are set up, they need to be cleared, but Amplify push back now with the Kitsune Rush, and Liquid have to respect it. Knife is so very out of there. Did not want to be involved in that engagement. And Liquid are building up towards some of these ultimates here. They're going to have a full stack of them. Can they ration them effectively now? Cage Fight seems a scary prospect up against the Molten Core. Pulse Bomb there for Winner. Looks like a bit of damage on Tree, enough that she's able to finish them off pretty easily. Liquid are committing here with 4 players. They're really banking on Knife's damage output and Infected being a true threat. They get the disengage from Amplify, but this is far from a fight win.
But for Team Liquid, right, you're going to be able to play behind this Orbital Ray plus Terror Surge potentially as that Gap gets extremely low. They're going to be able to finish him off.
Yeah, I mean, that Orbital is pretty nice. Gap is taking a little while to get towards that first cage fight. Tree opts to, expend the ultimate earlier on and is almost halfway to their next one here. So, yeah, might have an opportunity to have an unpunishable cage fight here, but yeah, Team Liquid lean pretty heavily in with those support ultimates.
Well, if you don't get the sim straight away, right, and Team Liquid is able to play directly from the point, the sim is just going to tunk down the Mauga. There's not going to be a ton of opportunity for the Mauga to pump out tons of damage. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's still taking a little bit. I mean, Solo Zen's going to be on his second Kitsune Rush, right?
Still, I mean, that's fine. Kitsune Rush and cage fight seems pretty good. So in comes Cap. Thinking about a cage fight here, just need to clear some of this periphery. Knife on the Symmetra. Likely on ping still, I would say. But we're not really in playoffs time yet, so in fact, they're going to back up a little bit now. Give this ground, the Kitsune Rush will be fully disengaged from. The dojo is the safe place here for the team that wants to get out of the fight. So now Liquid will give up the point and look to flip it back.
You're also getting close for Tree having this Molten Core, right? You're going to be able to use that inside of the cage, and that's going to be the cage fight used there. Infect is going to use the Terror Surge, just bringing players in.
The cage fight ended up being quite good, I've got to say. Knife ends up falling here. Trees held the Molten Core. And Liquid failed to take the point back. So Amplifier get themselves a good 20-odd% in counting. And Liquid had to wait for reinforcements. This now gives an opportunity for Winter and for Phone to start to chomp at the periphery here, to drag players out of position and get some pickoffs. Molten Core on the point, though. It's got to be quick play here for Amplifier to react.
Yeah, beat available here for both teams as well. As the Winter goes in, the Pulse Bomb connects on a Knight. That's pretty big.
Yeah, Winter, I mean, not respecting just how much damage they take from the Molten Core there. I think you don't want that to be a trade, man. That's really not worth it when you're spending a Pulse Bomb for it. The gap there, not much they can do. Knocked away by the Javelin spin. And that'll be Team Liquid. Locking up a pretty, I'd say, lively first round here on Lijiang.
Pretty back and forth. I mean, this is a lot like we see from Amplify just in general, right? Some teams do not have a win, but there's a difference between like not having a win and then not being competitive, where they're like really in a lot of these games, right? Back and forth round here on control off the rip. So we'll see if Amplify decides to make any changes here coming into this next one. Then also to just kind of in terms of standings, right, and where teams stand. If Amplify loses this, that locks them in to relegation, which is not what you want to be locking up, right? You want to be locking up those playoff spots, but this would lock them into the relegation stage if you lose this one here.
Yeah, falling to 0-6 is something that you cannot come back from. So, second round here, bearing in mind, Mauga and Sojourn are banned. Phone this time is off the Echo and now over towards the Tourbillon. Winter on the Genji. Against Liquid's, of course, a standard comp. They just think the Orisa is a reasonable plug-and-play replacement for the ball here. Fair enough. And we're going to be running it back once more. This time it's on the night market.
And we haven't seen Team Liquid play a lot of the Mauga, right? Like, Amplify comes out and runs that Mauga in round one, but it seems like Infected much rather would run like the Orisa or the Ball or things like along those lines, right? The Ball ban here in map number one. Trying to push into this sim is going to be really tough. I mean, you see just kind of Gap walking in towards those turrets, and then Knife can actually get charged up from like a safe spot, and everybody falls here for Amplify.
So without Mauga and without the extra healing that, Cardiac Overdrive gives you, you cannot afford to just drag out the neutral against Liquid in the mirror comp. They have a Torb, and they also have the Juno healing here. So I like the Amplify making a switch up, going for a Pharah, something that's harder to answer for Liquid, and definitely can get a ton of value on a very opened up map.
Is the answer for Liquid though to just be like more aggressive, right? Don't let the Pharah. I mean, you can play point, right? And look, I mean, they're not giving Phone a ton to work with, right? As she's just kind of flying above, but you could also just kind of play, quite aggressive, right? Like, hey, wait out some of that Pharah damage and then kind of push on in. You also have Tree with the off angle on, whether it be, the turret or Torb himself.
And Rampart will fight the Pharah. If they have to, they will. Rampart could have gone for a win there, but instead there are more important things to attend to. It's the team fight that is looming this occasion. Gap is in danger here. Yeah, the knockoff there was very possible. They probably realized the fight is over, so more than happy to allow that to occur. Liquid hold on to their sound barrier coming forward. It's a fight they win really with only the use of the orbital ray.
I think the worst thing here for Amplify is it's taking so long for these fights to develop, right? Like, that's our second fight in, and we're basically at last fight territory now because it's taking so long for some of these to develop. You have to get value out of both of these support ults. Even and Solo Zen, it's going to be the Kitsune Rush kick things off, you imagine Team Liquid just kind of kites this. Ooh, this sim wall is also pretty nice.
It's super good to dance this wall, actually. Even if someone is like trying to dive on knife, there's kind of nothing they can do about it. A lot of spinning, a lot of pop and circumstance, but Infected is the one who pulls the trigger first and is rewarded. Winter and Ewan both caught up inside that Terror Surge, and it is clean as a whistle here for Liquid. They'll take the map on leisure.
Yeah, Risa-based compositions there for both teams in the second round. The first round, it was Maga used by Amplify. I think they looked better on the Maga. I also think Team Liquid just doesn't really want to play the Maga, it seems like, at least from what we've seen so far. So maybe there's a way that you can actually force some of the Maga, right? Do you ban the Orisa, right? Is that something you do?
What do you think happens?
You've already used your ball ban, though, right? They're going to play ball. I mean, that's what's going to happen. So, you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bad news here for Amplify, I suppose, is they look pretty competitive when they have this Malga comp. I think like a lot, again, once again, it is Winter and Phone that are putting in a really massive effort on the support, the DPS side of things, rather, that allow them to get a decent step in this first round. Again, like this cage fight ends up being unopposed by a Molten Core, more owing to the fact that Gap took a little while to build it. Here, like Winter, I see the urgency of trying to go for that pulse bomb, but I think giving your life up for that, you're probably looking at it and go, that's not worth it for me. This double Terror Surge here is really important. Infected pops his, but it's more that there are still two Amplify players caught inside of that. Maybe they're trying to boot people off, but they maybe don't respect the fact that can insta-kill them. And, from Gap's perspective, there's actually only the enemy Orisa inside that radius at the time.
It's also quite fascinating looking at some of these stats. Like, not a lot of just deaths overall, right? I mean, even 23 in like a losing effort isn't like a crazy amount.
That's because there weren't many
fights
and lead changes. Yeah, that's the sad reality of it. But yeah, I'm concerned now. Like, you're dealing with Wrecking Ball potentially for every single map. Your options now as Amplify are to pick maps where Wrecking Ball is not playable, but we have seen teams like try and pick Eichenwalder against Liquid to avoid playing the ball, and we get ball on Eichenwalder. I would say that if I don't think Shambali Monastery is in the pool, it's not. But if they could pick that, they would, and Infected might still play ball there. Like, I just don't think he cares.
No, they're gonna play ball wherever they can. It also doesn't really seem that you can kind of target ban the ball. I mean, we've seen them run it on Dorado. Havana would be like one where you're like, meh, you can play it. It's a little bit odd, but like, and we've seen actually Amplify pick Havana. We've seen them actually kind of trend over towards like Suravasa, Havana, and Esperanza, right? Those have been kind of like their maps. So maybe it's one of those three.
I'm almost certain that they'll play ball on Havana too.
Oh yeah, no, they will. They will. But I mean, maybe, just with the range and different types of things, it can give them some trouble.
I'm trying to think, did we get Havana?
Yeah, they pick Havana. Yeah, I mean, we've seen them do this a ton, right? So they seem to kind of rotate between Havana, Suravasa, Esperanza, between their map picks when we do see them pick. So on Havana, what do you ban here? Could you ban, like Lucio if you're Amplify? Like, I don't know. I mean, that would be a really like
if you
odd
want to play,
one, but
it depends. You want to play, so we saw this between Teal and SSG, and Teal actually banned Brig on this map.
Yeah.
To sort of like make the anti-dive comps worse. Like, you could like play Winston on some parts of this map, right? Which is a little odd, right? This is a map with like long straightaways generally, where poke comps tend to be good. But if you can't tech into a Brig to punish like a Winston-based dive, then there's less protection for the Ana, for example. That backline's less safe. We could ban Widow.
We do have a sub here.
That.
We do have a sub, so Crazy Cat will actually come in for solo Zen in terms of support, right? So these are the support players typically for this team. So we've actually
seen an issue with the support hero pool, I think, with Amplify yesterday, right? And when Crazy Cat got subbed in, the issue wasn't really fixed. I'm trying to remember.
They played Ana, I believe, on Dorado. We saw them come in for. Yeah, so if you bring in Crazy Cat and maybe you want to play some Ana, that means like you're gonna go like full on dive. Like, are you gonna play Ana Brig, right? Then you can get rid of
Lucio Ana?
You can get Lucio. They did play Lucio Ana. Yeah,
they didn't play Brig.
Yeah,
which was like, to me, it was right. That might not be relevant on a map like Havana, folks. It generally depends. I think that you could also you just like keep throwing tank bans in.
But like the tank bans are almost, you know, they want to play ball, like, so you just kind of throw them out the window at this point, right?
But you also, if you want to play Malga and you don't think you did well into the Orisa matchup, you could ban Orisa if you're trying to play Malga here. If you think that like you have better odds against the ball comp. Also, like, I know what's going to get banned. There are a ton of things that could get banned against Amplify. Like you try and ban Winter's Widow, you try and ban Phone's Sombra, you try and I don't know, like aim some tank bans at them.
Orisa ban there for Amplify, but I also think there's an argument to be made, right, with the Maga comps that like we've actually seen Ramatra probably have more success than we ever had recently in terms of like playing into that matchup, right? And then for TL, they get rid of the Sombra, right? Phone fantastic on Sombra, Sombra really strong against Wrecking Ball. I fully expect this to be, you know, a Wrecking Ball map.
Yep. Yeah, I think like Amplify might just try and play Malga here and hope that the ball disruption doesn't completely undo them.
But if you're going to bring in Crazy Cat, and like we've seen Crazy Cat play a ton of Ana, right? Just kind of going off historically, like, do you want to play Ana with the Malga? Like,
not really. Not really. I mean, you kind of, you often, I don't think you would do that at all, really. I'm not sure. I think that Amplify might try and play a poke comp as well, but I don't like playing poke comps against ball. That is pretty scary, especially because it's just too easy to circumvent that front line. Like we've even seen like in the past, Sigma played on this map early on in Havana days. It was Ryan because the shield just let them sort of move up. So there were like those early sort of brawl looks. Ramatra's reasonable here. The middle phase of the map sometimes, you know, provokes a switch. I think that Malga is probably one of our most seen heroes on Havana though.
Yeah, we talked a lot about potentially playing the Malga here. Sigma historically has been pretty good on the corner. 97-3 in terms of the fan prediction.
Bro, that color split is not 97-3, bro. That makes it look
close.
Less
it's
bad.
Close enough. It's close enough. Look,
what are you doing? Put the number 3, you know?
What are you doing? You're gonna get your protractor out, start doing the thing here, seeing where the percentages are. Come on, man. That's 97. I mean, that looks like 3. Oh, I'm simple. That works.
I'll agree with you on the first point, maybe not the second. Yeah, look, yes, that's fine. The point is, it wouldn't be room to ride it.
Mitch is going to hold his, what are those things called? Those compasses that you get in school. You got to hold the compass up to the screen, start doing over the lines.
The one that you draw circles with?
Yeah, you can tell I did not pay attention to what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew I needed to bring it to school. I knew I needed to have a pencil in it. I knew I needed to do a circle. That was about it.
Well, I'm glad that you were at least able to draw circles with some assistance, Matt. That's great. Just like how you can read with some assistance. Havana here.
Hey, I got these books now, dude. I'm flying through them.
Yeah, all you need is someone to read them to you.
No, all I gotta do is be forced to read them.
All right, so 3% of you out there with hopes pinned on Amplify, hoping to see them avoid relegation and at least to make this a bit more of a competitive series. We'll see, though, with the Sombra away. That is one disruptive method no longer available to Amplify. Liquid here, predictably, on the ball comp, and they are one of the teams that will involve the Zen. Just such as the space that Wrecking Ball can create for teams that they feel confident enough getting Zen into the mix. And it makes life awful for some of those less mobile frontliners. Amplify might end up walking out on a bona fide poke comp here.
Yeah, the Amplify playing the PAP would be quite interesting, right? PAP, obviously, the immortality field at the start, very strong, but I do feel like even with the immortality field, right, the ball kind of like knocks you around, just causes tons of chaos. So it'll actually be Crazy Cat now hovering the Kiri. So Malga-based composition for Amplify, not really a huge shock there.
This is so rough though for the Malga. God, with the Discord orb, that is just so easy to apply. And like a literal boatload of damage. Like Tree can really farm the Malga with the Zen in play now. This makes it hard for this sort of out in the open brawly style comp. And Infected will be, again, giving Tree some pretty easy railgun shots if they're charged up. Long range Sleek there on Crazy Cat. Bionade on Gap. These are really just pleasantries being exchanged. Liquid aren't committing off them until the cart gets a little closer to this high ground.
Infected just lurking up there.
Like the Broodmother ready to drop down. Okay, straight away you get the cooldown. You got the cardiac overdrive out of Amplify. Now what?
And dude, the Discord orb, like you mentioned, just gonna start chunking down this Malga as Gap has to be so careful, right? So you know this ball is going to come again rather quickly.
All right, Gap's leading on the job.
Look at them just moving into the room. Yeah.
Cast not moving though. That's, I guess, what's most important for the defenders. Once, again, Amplify move out into the open, that's when that Discord Orb does get applied and things get a little scary for them. Torb turret has to be cleared. Ah, clever. Rupal knows that Winter, she was around that corner. Crazy Cat opts not to spend a Susu on that anti-heal, which I think is wise, considering the fighting's about to get pretty heavy now. The Discord Orb stuck to Gap constantly. You see how quickly their health bar disappears as a result. Katsuna Rush comes in, but Rupal from high can throw a nasty bio here if they're not otherwise busy. Looks like they're really spending their time keeping infected in the fight. At what point are we going to engage? Liquid have just allowed this to push up while just barely getting involved.
I mean, they've just given up basically the entire first point, right? Infected goes in with a slam. Now it's going to be the Genji with the benefits of the Nano. This is going to be good here for Team Liquid.
Knife, no blade, no point pulling it out here either. 2 kills with the Nano. Dragon Blade gets held over for a later fight. And Amplify stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, you get the benefits of the Nano. You don't even need the blade there, right? So Knife starts to cut up, but it is a ton of progress though gained, right? For Amplify, they basically get first checkpoint, but now that Team Liquid's got a lot of these ults, Mitch, I expect them to be quite aggressive in terms of fighting.
Also where the card is, they're more incentivized to throw down. That's definitely an area with like high ground on either side that lends itself way more to like ball being able to cycle in and out pretty easily. Tree to always have a safe place to play from. For the bio on you and definitely put the fear of God in them. Holy smokes. Amplify need that Lucio badly for this next fight.
Yeah, and you see them constantly just get rid of phones, turret. It's just such an annoyance to the Genji. And the Wrecking Ball there is just slams constantly coming in on the back line. So they gotta get this sound barrier off, and Ewan just kind of flying through the air there scares me.
Gap here getting hit hard. Ewan gonna be falling first though. Discord Orb apparently getting involved in that. Gap was able to extricate himself from the minefield, it seems. But it hasn't helped them at all in the fight. Now we're down under 1 minute here for Amplify to come up with an answer. It's the Kitsune Rush cage fight. How does Gap get value out of this? Who does he? I guess he catches the first person that happens to blunder into it.
The ball, right? I mean, do you just try and capture the ball inside the cage? Oh, that's actually a sick bio there again from RuPaul. That connects the phone, and they just push in and take her out inside of that store there. So that's another brutal loss here for Amplify.
Last chance saloon for Amplify on this attack side. In fairness, their ultimates here. Definitely a winnable fight, but Liquid have built enough of their own. Especially to be able to give another Nano Blade in this engagement. Kitsune Rush doesn't really answer that at all. It was the beat. That would have been a good answer to it, but Ewan had to use that earlier. When I say nothing ventured, nothing gained, folks, here we go. Nano Blade here for Knife. Caught inside the cage fight, but I don't know if that bothers him all that much. Transcendence keeps him healthy. Tree's able to find a couple. And that should be about that. And Molten Core really doesn't do the job for Amplify. Unfortunately, nobody there to be held subject to it. And that'll be Liquid. Putting a stop to Amplify's attack side pretty short.
Yeah, fold hold here from Team Liquid on defense, and just some sick bios from RuPaul, right? Being able to connect with that constantly, and then building up that Nano there to use on Knife at the end. Just connects with two. You once the Nano comes in onto the Genji, and you kind of hear that, and the blades start to pop out. Crazy Cat ends up using the Kitsune Rush straight away, right? You figure like, oh, I think Crazy Cat actually gets hit with one swipe of the blade early on, and then ends up using the Kitsune Rush just because you want to get it out, right? You don't want to end up dying with it, but you're kind of in a lost cause at that point, right? You've already lost 2 players. Then the cage fight comes down. You end up just dying during that. So it's a rough one there for Amplify.
Yep. And now they've got to be able to sort of pull off the same thing that we saw from Liquid. Be able to like stop them multiple fights in a row. It's going to be a lot to ask for. Liquid tend not to sort of, and we see it in these games, right? They don't really waste any ultimates. They keep things pretty lean. Infected doesn't even really need a ton of resources, even though Rupal will top him back up when he stops by to get healed. So this is going to be very different. Amplify with the Malga have to like play corners. They play inside this right-hand side. Play out of, a potential long-range hit scans line of sight. They already play out in the open. They won't be giving any free ground anyway. They're going to need to fight for every inch and probably spawn camp off this.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play close here if you're Amplify, right? It's the only thing that kind of gives you. If you go back and play that corner, I mean, you're just going to end up losing, right? So you kind of have to play this close. Tree comes out on the Widow at the start. All right, now we're going to see the Bastion. I mean, see if he's able to actually get a kill. What are we doing here? All right, now we're at our Bastion again. Now we're Roadhog. All right, here we go.
All right. Roadhog in the past has definitely been used to try and break some of the weirdest setups, also try and set up some of the weirdest setups. Tree had no protection there whatsoever.
Something is just funny about like doing the constant switching in the spawn and then coming out with this and just getting ran over in 2 seconds. There's something just. Now we're going back. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're. Caceres is already turning beet red at the even at the whisper of trolling. So here comes Infected now. Disrupted power drive, but the TP is going to be there, so Phone can definitely get out of the purview of the Wrecking Ball pretty easily. That TP leads on top of the awning there. Oh, buddy, that's rough. Couple rails there hit by Tree. And Knife will be saved by Rupal just having the sixth sense to send a sleep dart to the other side of the fight. That'll be that. I don't really think Gap's getting out of this alive, and we're off to the races.
Rubal's on is so sick. I mean, the sleeps on this map, the crazy bios cross map, that's also a nano already here off the rip. The only player like even close to their ultimate. Just a crazy start here for Rupal. You probably have one more fight here for Amplify. You're getting everybody grouped up as Infected up on the high ground.
Yep, in goes Knife. They're ready to meet them at the TP, and nobody's really left for the Blade. You already did your work there. Simple Nano Genji again, hoping to build into a Blade for Knife and then have him pop that, but it was not needed in the end. So Amplify here will never have a chance to actually build into those support ultimates and make use of them. Here comes the cart, Phone. She's got to go for it. Trying to set up some turrets, but will very quickly be stuffed back when she came. Kitsune rush for Crazy Cat. It won't get them there either. No chance to touch, and the minefield would have made it problematic anyway. Havana goes off without a hitch for Team Liquid.
Look, they're going to play the ball. It's a weird composition, but I really like at the end where Infected goes down with a pile driver. There's a TP that goes up to the high ground, and who's there to meet Amplify? It is Knife with the benefits of the nano boost, right? And the Genji is just able to start, slicing through them, gets the blade, ends up popping it. I mean, nothing they can do to react there. Don't really get a fight there towards the end. It's already 2-0.
I mean, we talked about this, like what your base strategy is supposed to be.
They're getting ran over so hard.
I kind of get
zero answers
in my
for
opinion,
the ball.
where they're coming from, but it was a bit of a tip off that Amplify were looking to play Malga on this map if they're trying to eliminate the Orisa. And you can see what this comp does. Like this comp for me, I mean, sans the Vega Zen perhaps, but they really punish other tanks that want to brawl. So they kind of take away your only advantage, which is to have a really good front line. Zen neutralizes that to a great degree alongside the Sojourn, and then Infected has all the time in the world to go to work on these backlines. And you strain the lines of communication between supports and tanks on the enemy team, make it really hard for that Malga to get the support that they need to be relevant. Make no mistake, Malga is a high econ tank.
Oh, yeah.
It means a lot.
And you see the damage output, right? I know a 10,000 difference in terms of damage from these two teams on this map. Having the Zen, but then also the amp on the Discord, right? It's massive. Yeah, Zen amp is to the tune of like 30%, right? That was like definitely more than the 30% increase, but I think it's a huge part of it. Like Malga is a pin cushion, much like Roadhog. Like you can really farm him out in the open, and Malga doesn't have the reliable healing like Hog does, right? He needs to be doing damage, and that requires you to be at the right range to do so. But when you're up against like an Ana and Zen who are like up in the rafters, or a Wrecking Ball that is nowhere near you, where would you get that healing from? It's just brutal. Once Roadhog gets his big fart cloud perk, then he can start healing the squad. Look out. It's the new cardiac overdrive, people are saying.
Didn't they try? I'm pretty sure they tried that in an experimental patch before.
Yeah, they did.
AoE healing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was necessarily the most. I didn't feel like that was as impactful, because most people want to stay as far away from Roadhog players as humanly possible in and out of games. So I don't know how useful it's going to be. But
that's just mean all Roadhog players. Suravasa.
I never said why.
Suravasa is a pick that we always see here from Amplify, right? So Suravasa, Havana, and
Lucio.
Esperanza. Yeah,
and Lucio.
Okay, so get rid of Diva. So Man, they are really focusing on these tank picks.
Now, do Amplify have a Brig? Because they didn't show it to us on Dorado. They did not play. They played Lucio Ana there, and Brig was open to the best of my knowledge. So, curious. The Diva ban could be a result of like having seen something. I don't know like how frequently TL and Amplify are actually like scrimming each other, honestly. Yeah, that to me is an interesting one because TL, I mean, why use a tank ban, I guess, if TL are just going to play ball and you know it? You could, I guess you can't ban Sojourn anymore, right? You could ban the Genji?
Yeah, but what? Amplify's used 3 bans throughout this on tanks, right? So we've seen the Ball, then Orisa, now
This
Diva.
Liquid team is built to be, like, literally that's the whole purpose of picking up Infected, so you can't tank ban him out. That is literally what Casper said, this is why we did this.
But then also maybe you feel like there's just not really a great ban option, right?
Yeah. I do think that, like, if Phone and Winter don't want to play Genji, then you can ban that. Like, force knife onto Tracer into your Torb comp or something. I don't know, like, yeah, fair enough. I just, obviously, the Diva
I think
ban
outside the
really
box.
say much to me because it could be protecting another tank. But
too many
Malga
problems
already got
to
banned, so I don't think you can do that again.
Deal with.
All right. Sometimes maybe you just throw it out there and say, well, we don't have any specific aim with our ban strategy in this map. We're going to try and play our comp as well as we can. Amplify do have a Brig. So Ewan is going to be on that Brig. Obviously been forced to do so.
I imagine Phone switches, right? Maybe a TP out of the spawn and then going back to the Sombra. Yeah, so Sombra pick 4. Phone will actually see Knife play the Sombra as well.
All right, so we'll be ball versus Malga once more. The context, though, a little bit different. This is obviously not an escort map, so we are not changing our, environment constantly. It'll be point-by-point stuff. So, Phone down already, though. Not a great start. And Vega just finds Kunai connection. Okay, we are definitely wasting no time here. Vox Team Liquid offering no quarter.
I mean, there's also no Kiri available for Amplify, so there's no cleanse, right? So RuPaul was doing a sick job on Havana, constantly landing those bios. Even going to be more impactful here, you would think, as well.
It's a pretty, RuPaul gets a little bit of help here from Tree. It's probably a little bit harder to push in and dive onto that backline and get away with playing Nanada, but also RuPaul's so skilled that, again, feels like you mitigate a lot of the downside of playing Ana against comps that are going to run at you. Phone's very much on the periphery here. She's got to be thinking of trying to fight Knife, but that duel already went pretty badly for Phone, and that's just Tree shooting at the Sombra.
Bad TP.
Yeah, it's not a gentleman's duel at all.
No, just take some kind of like free fire across the choke that Tree is putting down. Has an idea that Phone's going to be exiting that way, and this looks like it's going to be first point for TL.
Yeah, I don't know if Amplify have gotten a kill yet in this game. Best I can tell. If they have, very, very few. So, first point here on Survivas taken by Team Liquid. They walk into the next fight with everything that they could ask for, frankly. A wealth of riches at their disposal. A laughable lead in ult economy over Amplify, who, again, just weren't really able to feed themselves in that last fight. Starved out by Liquid, Infected never really gave them an opportunity to set up.
I feel like this is so hard to play the Maga into. Don't you not? I mean, with just the constant annoyance of the ball plus bios and just the damage output, it feels crazy. This is going to be rally there by Ewan, just trying to keep everybody up in that corner, but that's actually a nano onto Knife, which is quite interesting.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think the ball comp has a hard counter right now?
A hard counter? I don't think so, really.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing. I think that's pretty nice when your go-to comp, your favorite comp, doesn't have a hard counter that exists in the meta, right? You don't have to fit yourself into any box. You're just really enjoying this. Whereas Amplify, I would consider this comp there, okay, maybe with the Lucio instead of the Brig, and maybe Crazy Cat on the Kiriko. I would say this is much closer to what their style is, the way that they want to play. And I feel like it fundamentally struggles. We're not even talking about the execution ability of either team. I think it fundamentally struggles against the ball comp. Malga getting hacked all the time is absolutely brutal, especially for survivability cooldowns that are so crucial. You get caught in the open with no cardiac overdrive, you're absolutely cooked.
I mean, I think the closest thing we've seen to deal with the ball is Ramatra based setups, right? but it hasn't like shut it down, right? I don't think
What,
we've seen
you
anything
rush
shut it
down before the ball can get value. I actually think like what we saw yesterday, Matt, was an echo against the ball. Granted, it was. I do think like it was in a bit of a mismatch again. But the echo, like, you know, would take half a ball's HP and make them too afraid to engage, and sort of it buys time at least, lets you gain attack progress. Little flip here very quickly for Amplify, but that will be rectified by Liquid.
Yeah, as the point just flips back. Yeah, I don't really know, man. I mean, especially now we're kind of like working some Sombra into the mix now. Like, Sombra's so annoying as you see a pile driver there from Infected. They just kind of catch out Winter right away.
That's great. I mean, we had a cage fight, but
He goes, "That's great."
Was anyone caught in that?
The game's been over before it
But they got shot
started.
by both supports after getting knocked up by Infected. So everybody on Liquid just their heads snap like 180 in the direction of Winter as soon as they got pile driven, and they just cease to exist.
We've seen teams try Queen, right? Against Ball, but that does not really seem to result in anything positive either.
Their comp
So
seems to be
we're going to
most
see them try the
effective.
Queen here, but we haven't seen this
Just
really
play
work,
for Annihilation.
right? I mean,
This is a Lucio-less rotation, by the way. It's what they look like when Lucio's banned on this map. It's slow.
Queen's gonna struggle here too.
Okay, the Queen. So we've seen this attempted. Well, it just doesn't matter. Like, yeah. This is what happens, by the way, when Lucio's banned, is that one team, if they have mobility inherently, can try and like punish another. Your position, like the randomness of the next flashpoint position can actually be exploited more when you don't have the mobility to just get in position quickly.
yeah.
And Liquid are able to do that, right? They actually cut Amplify off as they're trying to approach and take a free kill.
TP plus rush here, so maybe an opportunity for Amplify.
Oh man, the Suzu is used on something else, man. I don't know what it was, but Winter needed that. The Bionade came in from Rampart. Tree trying to stay alive for now, but eventually Gap just peers around the corner and gets rid of them. Continue Rush used them by Liquid. They're still more than happy to fight this, and the Queen is a little isolated right now. Still isolated. Look at what Infected has done. Amplify just gets shoved up the staircase, told to go find Narnia or something, and they had no help whatsoever. So with a play down, Liquid win the fight out.
Like where are they getting invited to? I don't think we're getting another after this one. Is it looks like it's all Team Liquid right now. As
Yeah, I mean, they get invited to HR. What's happening?
yeah, what's going on here? I mean, they get like a
Oy, oy, oy.
they get like
Okay.
they get like a double or nothing map here. Like is that kind of like
Yeah, every map matters.
That's
Now
what
we're gonna
teams
run
should
that.
be
We're
able
gonna
to
run the
do.
4-0.
teams should be able to ban multiple. You know, your ban should be like your map wager, right? So if you're like Amplify, like, hey, you know what? Let's ban 3 characters, but this is the only map.
Oh, I see.
You know?
Yeah, okay. I feel like that. You have a certain amount of map bans to actually make use of, right? A finite
Yeah.
number, but you can use more than one. There it
It's
is,
not
folks,
close
as we
at
discuss the potential
The ball
future
is
for
just
Overwatch. We've got
way
Team Liquid
too
taking
good.
Suravasa and, of course,
Zero
the
counter.
series. Congratulations to TL.
Yeah.
Shocking nobody. But this also is interesting in terms of how it affects our leaderboard, because no one has dropped a map. So all the leads that TL and Nightmare respectively have been maintained. So now it's up to Timeless to have a clean sheet.
But we've also seen Amplify look better than this. I think this is just a really brutal matchup, especially with the ball. I mean, the ball in play seems to really give them trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you can only ban him once. So after that, Infected gets to play ball. Tree was happy on the tour. We saw RuPaul doing his thing on that Ana. Like, generally, they get to play greedy backlines, and they can't get punished for it because Infected is just all up in their grill and around their grill and inside the grill. Like, it's, it's
Yeah,
rough.
like a bunch of bugs. You've just driven through to New Mexico and you've just got
Pretty
bugs all up
much,
in your
yeah.
grill. That's like that. I think, like, I don't know about the ball ban for Lijiang Tower. Maybe you can risk it there, right? And if you lose a map, you get to choose the next map anyway, and try and like pick a map like Havana and then ban the ball, right? And
Right.
then you play Namalga into the
Yeah, that's
He's
probably
the
the
most
smartest
likely
thing they've
to,
said so far.
yeah. I just feel
The
like
ban
you'd
there
want to
had less
have
value than the ban
silver
somewhere
bullet
else.
ban available for a map that you're actually choosing, as opposed to the one that is, you know, set by the sort of the higher seed or however.
Perhaps they were confident about the other maps, though. Like, you just don't know, right?
I know, but I don't think there's any reason to be.
Yeah, it's just like there's not really.
The meanest thing you've ever said. Like,
I mean,
not even close.
I'm just not even paying attention to that because that was just mean. But I do kind of agree with the, like, you may not want to just burn that ban right away. Like, if you have Havana, you can ban, like, I think that we'll see teams obviously do this as, like, we get into playoffs relegation, where you if you're going to pick Havana, you also get the ball ban, which kind of, like, sways things in your way even further. Getting rid of it on control, it's like, we know it's a problem, but you can play so many different things on, like, Lijiang.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're comfortable with all those things on Lijiang, right? Like, perhaps they just had a very particular playbook or something very particular, like, stratted for that particular map, just to say particular about five times. So it's, I'm
definitely questioning the strategy that they came in with, like the pick ban. I don't, like, at least like from the outside, it doesn't like line up super well for me, but I think there are a couple of things that you can take away. I do think like the Malga comp into the Orisa that we got on Lijiang looked pretty reasonable. I think a huge part of it is that, like, the DPS on this Amplify team are really quality, but you are dealing with tree and knife. Sorry, it's that is going to be tough.
Where Amplify has struggled, like, throughout this season really has been playing against, like, a really aggressive, like, dive-oriented style of comps. It doesn't seem to be, like, kind of their strength playing against that. RuPaul, player of the match, dude, his auto was crazy. I mean, he was on point today. I mean, constantly landing bios, sleeps, cross map. I mean, he was just showing off.
Yeah, I mean, the grass is green. More news at 7. Like, this is just RuPaul on Ana things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is pretty sick. I do feel like it's a little flex to play Ana against these comps that are, like, really hostile to her, because, like, so many other teams are, like, only picking her when, like, the bans set up a situation where the dive comp is, like, the best way to play. Yeah. But you can see, like, if you can stay alive, if you have, like, Ana is all about positioning. Like, it's all about positioning. Like, the moment you overstep slightly, you are dead. So, like, RuPaul has, like, years and years and years and years of playing against, like, the best dive comps in the world. So he never really makes a mistake in terms of where he's standing, and it's really hard to catch him by surprise.
It is, and quite frankly, in this match particularly, it's not like the backline was pressured very much, so they can get away with so much. We actually have part of the backline joining us now for a quick chat. Vega should be with us to have a few words, and here he is. Vega, welcome back. It's been a long time since we got to chat. Let's talk about this. I mean, you guys are looking absolutely clean right now. Very exciting stuff we get to see from Team Liquid. 2 more matches. How do you feel you're stacking up given the changes that are coming to the game next week?
I think the changes, honestly, I don't think they'll be too game-changing. I think every team's gonna be, like, at the same level. I think personally, I'm like really excited for our Nightmare matches. I'm pretty sure if we win our Nightmare match and we win, like, our matches 3-0 or, like, as close, like, you know, as fast as we can, then we can get #1 seed after, like, our mistake at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. Obviously, like, it's kind of hard to ask you questions about, like, how comps look against each other with what's coming next week, but me and Mal were having this discussion during the game and wanted to get your take on it. Do you think there's, like, a hard counter to the ball comp right now? Because that seems like to be your default way of playing. And it seems to be so freeing for you that your, like, preferred comp doesn't seem to have, like, a hard answer in terms of what's right now available in the game.
I think sometimes, like, it's a little hard when people go, like, Torf Sombra, but I don't know, we found, like, ways to make it work, to be honest. I feel like right now we can play it into, honestly, anything. I don't think it's, like, really that counterable, because we don't need to swap ball, but we can swap, like, our DPS or, like, supports.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys look tremendous on the ball comp. Really, you know, just about everything you guys are playing. I'm curious, have you taken a look through all the support perks, and is there any one combo you're looking to try out when they go live on Tuesday?
Oh, I looked at, like, the Kiriko perk. I think that one looks insane. It's a perk where you shoot and then you get, like, healing. I feel like if you play on a Kiriko, that's gonna be, like, really, really good. Like, you're shooting for Tracer, and your Tracer's getting, like, HP. I feel like there's no way that can go wrong.
How player-led is this going to be versus how much say will the coaches have when it comes to perks and the game plan heading into those matches?
I think, to be honest, like, a lot of the perks right now, I think some of them are pretty obvious, like, which ones you want to go in pro play, because in general, like, some of the perks they kind of just look, like, worse right now, and I think in pro play it'll be pretty obvious. Like, everyone's going to use the same perks no matter what. I think it'll be very, like, situational, and honestly it'll be pretty, like, unique if someone uses a different perk to, like, I don't know, use it in a different way. and beat your comp.
Yeah, to shake things up a little bit. Well, we're very excited to see you guys back in action. For now, we're going to let you go. Vega, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck next week.
Thank you.
Always great to hear it from Vega. TL bolstering their map score now, of course, with this very convincing victory. Let's take a look at our standings. And as he said, they have very real potential to find themselves at the very top as well, which is... That's awesome.
A lot, though.
I mean,
you want a 3-0 Nightmare?
They seem locked in.
Yeah,
he seemed confident. I believe him.
Let's just remember that, like, obviously, like, when RuPaul and Vega were on the best team in NA last year, this Nightmare team was giving them a lot of trouble. Not the same team. Core is still there. So I think, like, there's a big asterisk on we need to thrash the current leader of the OWCS in order to secure our spot. But, like, they have to realize that, okay, because we stumbled and we lost in a situation where, like, a lot of our competitors aren't going to, we've got to now gain that back up somewhere at the other end. So we are going to get, we're taking our 3-0 medicine right now, like pinch your nose and take it, because as we go further on, we are going to get these sick matches. We are going to get like the TL nightmares. We are going to get SSG timeless. That last day, they have purposely set up February 23 to be a disgustingly fantastic day of games. Our top 4 teams are all playing each other. So yeah, that was intentional, I'm sure, but that is going to completely change everything. So we won't know a thing until those games are done.
That's right. Script writes itself. Now, Nightmare did it. Team Liquid did it. Now, Timeless has to do it as well in order to stay in that top 3 with those maps. Timeless will be facing off against Rat. Let's see how that one goes on the other side of this. conflictrelief.org is where you can find more information about the work they're doing and how you can get involved as well if you choose to do so. We are back here for our last match of the day. Zoe here, joined by Matt and Mitch. And Matt had a very important question to everybody.
Yeah, we were quizzing Zoe on, well, we were actually just asking for her opinion on where does like Wrecking Ball's pile driver rank in terms of all pile drivers? Like, you know, regular pile driver, Tombstone pile driver, Wrecking Ball pile driver, you know, the Scorpion Deathlock considers to be a pile driver.
But yeah.
Belly to belly.
I don't think it's
belly to belly. Belly to back pile driver. Lots of pile drivers.
I only know the pile driver as a wrestling move.
Yeah.
He would,
That's me. You know, when you think wrestling, you do think Zoe. Yeah, that's all I have regarding opinions. Will we see Ball in our next match? That's my transition. Rad Esports
Yes.
and Timeless will be going up against each other. So the answer is most likely yes. What do we know about these teams? Will Timeless be able to just continue their dominant streak? Because quite frankly, no one really shook things up against them except from Nightmare, which was a 5-map banger in week, what was that, 2?
Yes. It was, I mean... Oh, so you talk about the Timeless game? Yes, it was.
Yes.
It was very, very close. I think that this Rad team got gassed up a lot by us to start with, because I thought, okay, these guys getting really serious. Saw that the Ross they put together, but it actually has been Avidity that has impressed us more from that sort of middle of the crop group of teams. Rad now are in a position where, checks notes, they are trying to avoid like being in that relegation zone themselves. Right, there's a risk of them actually. It's them and Shikigami that are trying to stay out of it now after Amplifier confirmed. So we've got to see like maps picked up at some point along the line, because it's not looking great.
I mean, Timeless is just playing for the maps right now because they want to be in that top 3 and in the conversation for that. So let's see if they can get it done, just like Nightmare and Team Liquid did earlier today. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, let's jump in and get this one started up. Let's do the band straight away. So Lucio, I get a Lucio band. Okay. On control is kind of, that's nasty work. We have a Winston band. It's possible that Reich has been playing like the Winston on Samoa in the past, but if you think back, a lot of these maps like are very reasonable to just take the Ramatra or the Malga or even, I don't know, anything that really plays like Orisa in the neutral. So, and if we get Volcano, I don't think that's a Winston map at all necessarily. So.
right. And this is a Timeless team who they can play a lot. Like, I wouldn't really kind of categorize them as a team that's like, oh, we're going to try and play like, or force Winston in, right? Can play a lot of ball, can play a lot of the Ramatra here. I also think, Mitch, there's got to be a part of Timeless that is kicking themselves a little bit, losing that match to Nightmare, right? They'd have a clear path at this point if they had won that one, but can't go back in time. They got to take care of business here against Rad. They can't. And Rad does have a really bad week last week, but there is a world in which they kind of get back on the wagon a little bit, right? And they start to play better.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough week for them. They've got Timeless now and an SSG tomorrow. Then they have Nightmare at the start of week 4. So, God, if they could come out of any of those games, or, all of them with some decent results, something promising, especially something that keeps them above Shikigami, which shouldn't be too hard, it's going to be there. Big buyer though, putting us onto Rad. The Immortality Field necessitated by that, and it's still not enough to keep Chronic alive in the end. So Timeless will be having a brawl with this Ramatricom, especially when Squid is able to set them up so beautifully.
Time and time again with Timeless, we're talking about, obviously how good Chopper and Rocket look and all the different things that, like, Riker can do. It feels like every game that we watch, like, Squid is making some massive plays. And right there, Rad Esports is doing a great job taking a lot of that high ground, pushing them back constantly. And then all it takes is like a 2-player bio, the Immortality Field's out, and everything just crumbles there for Rad Esports.
Look, this is tough. Like, you are playing what is virtually a poke composition against Timeless, and this is the map where the straightaways are not as long. You can definitely walk up on someone, but Rad are hoping with the Lucio band, you don't have this easy speed boost, like, win condition where you've run in on this brawl setup, which is conditionally true. Timeless have to move up a lot slower. As you can see right now, this is what Riker is attempting to do and gain a foothold on this high ground. That'll be delayed a little bit here by this, amplification matrix, but a nano boost here for Riker. Evidently, it's important enough to keep the Ramatra on the field, and they've expended this, and hey, they've still got point control. That is an Immortality Field that gets no value whatsoever, as Timeless have now decided, let's push on it.
But wouldn't you say, though, with the Lucio kind of gone, right? Like, there's not
speed.
a large gap on this map that you like would need to cross. Like, with
that's
that
what I'm
speed,
saying.
right? Yeah, like
The straightaways aren't here.
Yeah, you don't exactly like need
Otherwise,
it
man,
here.
they'd just play like Juno if they were really that
Right.
obsessed about having some form of speed boost, right?
Yeah, no.
They don't necessarily
It's not an
need
issue.
it,
Like,
but
timers
they
are
would
happy to
need
play
it
this like
to
they're playing,
move on a
taking,
team that's not playing
bit by bit,
passive.
sequentially moving up the map and taking this control because they can play out of line of sight. They can wait out the cooldowns and they just step up on them. It's a slower game plan, but they've already got the point. They're already ahead. They don't even have to do this.
And then for Rad Esports, right, it feels quite terrible. So left just kind of desperation here
Massive.
because the point is going to go in favor of Timeless. For Red Esports, it feels quite brutal, right? Because you're
Like, the
trying to push
Rampart
up
could
like
just do whatever
methodically
he wants.
and move into
He has the
Timeless
freedom to
here.
play
but then
however he
Timeless is
wants.
hitting you with bio grenades, right? Like in this instance, you could have just walked right into like a Kitsune rush. So a lot of difficult stuff for Rad to deal with in not a fun way.
The flip
Absolutely.
of a switch, they
And,
can just go,
you
yeah,
know,
we're gonna go
timers,
brawl now.
Like, they don't actually
Oh,
don't have
okay,
to
we'll
push up.
just
There's
we'll play
another
poke
strategy
the
that they
entire time.
just sit back and wait for Rad to commit to capping the point, and then they take a fight against them. So, you know, either way, very, very difficult for Rad to find success there. Painkiller, we've seen them on the Queen at times, right? That has been what some teams think the answer to Ball is. We're heading over to downtown, so this is obviously the map that you could definitely play a Wrecking Ball on, enough of that sort of high architecture to guarantee easy drop-down spots on the ball.
And this is something that if you're Rad Esports, right, you know that Timeless has a ball option, right? So getting rid of Winston is like, I mean, they're not like in the same category, right? Like, you know, I think with ball, you just play a completely different play style than you play with any other hero. But you can still like, I mean, the Winston ban doesn't seem as impactful. But this also for Rad, if you're looking at it from the other direction, right, allows them to hold on to a ball ban for like later in the series.
Yes. Which, again, what we talked about later on, I think is fair. You know, you are trying to set up a situation like with the Lucio ban. I think it's fine. Like, ban Lucio, try and play a Pocom. For me, just, okay, I'm glad they're going for that. Like, there does seem to be some strategy there behind that sort of pick and ban process. Still, time is obviously off to a great start here. The ball is going to be frustrating at best for Rad to deal with. They do have Chronic, so that's sort of the hindrance of the mag grenade. And we heard Vega previously, right? Like, against, like, you know, certain comps, like Torb Sombra, for example, it's a little bit hard for Ball, so it is, you can handle it, but he did say there's no true counter to a good Wrecking Ball player. Rad are going to have to find edges elsewhere.
I don't think there's like a hard counter like we discussed. I think it's more of what can you do to deter or slow down or negate some of the impact of the ball, right? You're not going to shut it down completely, especially with the ball players at this level. I mean, look at that. I mean, Painkiller. Yeah, he took so much damage even walking onto the point originally. I was shocked he was able to live through that. And then towards the end there, hit with the bio. I mean, just really weak as well. You're not able to challenge any of the high ground here, right? So Squid and Chopper and Lucamino can just kind of sit up there, put down some damage. As now we're going to go over to the Hazard.
Guys, okay. That bio, that made lineup is kind of nice from Squid. Damn, Squid's nerdy. I'm kind of here for that. Rad now have the ability, of course, to do more about the high ground, right? At least give themselves some flexibility, but just hasn't
Rely
so
on that wall
execution
splitting up the
dependent.
team. At least
You
for
know,
a
Rad really need
brief
to find a
moment.
way now to allow
Just the
Chronic
ball
to
has so
overcome
much
a
speed,
distinct range
get around.
disadvantage that he has against the Sojourn. They obviously can't play just out in the open and wait to die.
Tank
We agree with them
instantly
on that, but
does.
that's exactly what we're seeing here because Painkiller
That was
doesn't
the
have
strat,
anywhere
though.
to really go.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you would want to see them play like Torb Sombra, right? Ramacha Torb Sombra, maybe get on the point, play a little bit slower, right? See if you can take advantage of that ball. But
to try
Mitch, we're
to.
gonna have a point go by where like Rad has to make so many changes. They're like not even gonna get to half of their ults.
Yeah, I mean, again, they just couldn't quite settle on a comp that has suited them here, and they might get a touch, but it's going to be tough to do more than that. Z's is able to get an orbital ray going, but they will be forced to pay with their life as a result of
Only
that.
dead again.
Painkiller doesn't last much longer either. The bio nades here are devastating.
No
like,
answer for
Ramantra
ball.
Power Block doesn't do anything to a bio when you're hit by that. And the
Blade
blade from King
instantly
shut
dies.
down by Chopper, who barely breaks in stride, by the way. Not even a sweat broken. Timers break a chair over Raddy's head in the first map.
That was a stomping there. We were like, oh, can Rad kind of bounce back maybe after last week? That is not a good omen for them. Map number 1. The positive would be is they have a opportunity to get rid of the ball, right? With a ban. They don't exactly use a ban on the ball in map number 1. They use it on the Winston. But it feels like even if they win and get past that, you're just going to see the ball pop up yet again.
There are some, and what we're seeing in some situations, there are teams that are walking in to some maps, probably saying, against this roster, the bans don't actually matter very much. Because there are either like not enough comps that we can really find success on, or there are too many that our opponents can. So, sometimes it's like, all right, we have a comp. What are the things that like are inherently good against us? Let's get rid of those. Like obviously Ramatra doesn't like playing against Winston, right? Because he can't do a whole lot. Like he tries to turn around, like fight Winston, and like Winston just waits for the Nemesis form cooldowns to be sort of not available, and then they just sort of go for it. So I get that. I'm happy to see the pick and ban used to try and make your preferred comp less fallible. That's fine. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. They just play ball on this map. Maybe if we end up, getting Volcano, then Reich is in a position where like, oh, I've got to play a Risa. Oh God, or like he probably
Maga
back like he did on the first round, and he still looked very good there.
Yeah, I mean, they even tried like a Rad, tried a Sigma at the start, right? Try and play a little bit slower with no Lucio, with the Sigma, with the BAP, and the Brig, and I mean, they just kind of got picked apart, it felt like, over time by whether it be the Honor or the Sojourn at range, and then the Ramatra once to get past the Sigma shield. So we'll see what Rad decides to do. Let's see, if you were going to get ball out, right, what map would you go to?
You don't want to play against Wrecking Ball, you're saying?
So I actually think potentially if you pick Dorado, I don't think they maybe play the ball.
Okay.
I think they do. If you pick Dorado, there's a world in which like Riker plays like a Winston Diva or something along those lines and doesn't play the ball. Yeah,
this isn't TL.
Yeah.
So, but did we not see this? Didn't Riker play a really nice Diva on Dorado?
Yes, we did see that. But you'll take those chances, right? I mean,
sure.
So it's Root. So Root's a map that we've seen teams play the ball on, but also not like amazing, kind of routes for the ball here.
Yes.
I wonder if
we've seen Bumper play ball on this. Oh no, wait, it was Amon played with Ryan Hart.
Bumper. Oh man, I mean, okay, that's a.
But I want to say my point is that way back when the Chengdu Hunters were a team that played a lot of Wrecking Ball, and Route 66 was like one of the only maps ever that they got Amon to switch and play Ryan.
No subs for either team. So roster's going to stay the same here going into map number 2. Potentially, so it'll be Rad Esports who bans Kiriko to kick things off. And then Timeless actually will ban Hazard. So we saw them play Hazard a little bit.
That's interesting.
Towards the end of Samoa. The Kiri is interesting, right? Because we did see that Timeless was playing on a Kiri in the backline, but this, like, obviously, like, Lucio in the mix, Juno as well, like, you could even see, like, could you play, like, some of the Ana Zen stuff that you see on, like, Havana, right? Potential. And then the Hazard
on
ban...
defense, honestly, you could. Yeah. Is this a team that is experimenting with the Zen at the moment? There are only a couple, I feel like, that are in...
only a few.
Like maybe like Space Station. You could also, on defense, you could play like Ana Juno, I suspect. At least initially, but you'd have to switch after Genji, probably after the first fight, taxi back in. So, okay, fair enough. This is a rad pick. Route 66 is also about where you can play the Diva quite reasonably, actually. She's pretty good. Like we're talking like the gaps are pretty mid-range in sort of the first and
well, with Hazard gone, right? With Hazard gone, so then you're looking at for Rad, like, do you play Winston, right? If you play Diva, pretty good into that. You're in a little bit of a weird spot, right? Because Hazard's pretty decent against Diva.
Brig, Winston?
Yeah. So definitely a little bit of a curveball there for Rad Esports, probably, as Rad, it looks like they're going to play the Sigma on B, so they will play Zen. So I was going to say, like, you can play Zen. Here we see it on Havana as well. But doesn't this feel like the ball just, like, displaces all these people from the high ground? Or, like, you can play Diva, like... It feels like there's options against this. Like, Havana is way longer, right?
Correct. Rad obviously, I don't know how far forward they're going to play. Do they try and take an early straightaway? I think they probably don't, because this comp doesn't necessarily have the ability to, like, reposition that well, right? It's really only Z's that can actually, or maybe Chronic with the Coach Garden that can get them back in position. So they're not going to fully try and, like, take a fight up close. You see where the Sigma's playing from, right? They're really just playing for big Earls here.
Yeah, so the negative here for Brad, right, is if this gets broken, you're looking at like a 1 or 2 fight. I mean, really, like almost like a 1 fight scenario, right? as Riker sees what they're playing on the other side, and he goes right away to the ball. So you're going to be able to displace some of these players up on the high ground. Has to be really careful, though. You see taking that side damage from the Torb turret, and then also getting hit with that Discord right away.
Now remember, Discord all falls off after you LOS the Zen for long enough, something the ball can do pretty well. But, I mean, this comp is strong. This is a very powerful setup for this kind of map. Timeless, yeah, definitely have to consider, like, I think the people
Sigma Torb Ash.
Yeah, I think the ball's correct.
Actually kind of like that.
On this Ana and Juno comp that I suspected we might see.
Oh, this Rocket's really far behind. I was like, where did he end up? So,
I mean, there are no duplicated heroes here. This is great.
yeah, potentially you're looking at like a collapse on the high ground there. Pain, it is going to be Riker going in with a pile driver. Rocket's still there, lurking behind them.
Okay. A little bit low. They're still going to have to take that health pack. Riker thinks for a second there might be a chance to go after Lep here, but a lot of disruption on the back line. It's not particularly mobile. Oh, the pile driver! Oh, that's so good! Why, surely Z's was hoping to save themselves there with an immortality field as well. But they get knocked up, so I think they might even have been out of the radius of it anyway. That was beautiful. Riker sees the Baptiste coming.
Oh, all it takes is one moment of displacement, right? The ball rolls on through, knocks players in or out of the immortality field. Everybody's knocking everywhere. There's no Curie, right?
The
So
Sigma
no
team can
cleanse for
play
the bio
perfectly
grenades that come on
the
through.
entire time. That team fight, stall out a team fight for like a minute and a half, and then
Now,
the ball team
set up
makes
here
one
for
play,
Timeless to
and
just
it's
get that
over.
First cap off of this.
Painkiller's trying to
That bio's insane.
Yeah. Immortality field there being used so early is pretty painful, and Painkiller's gone down. I mean, yeah, Ran had no choice but to send the Sigma forward there to try and get a stop. Everyone else was too low under the emo.
And that's the Matrix used there as well, so you really, you're gonna push forward. 6 shots here. What? But like, what do you? I mean, you're gonna stop them from moving it, I guess, through the door, right? But everybody's gonna be back here in a second.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen nasty garbage time, which is a shame because that was absolutely filthy. Nicest little cast.
Hey, you know what though? Take the clip, just like remove the scoreboard and use it for the montage. Why not?
Just crop the screen.
Yeah, just crop
little,
it.
You know,
just like a little zoom 360, like color distortion, some big music over the top. You'll be fine.
Riker the tree frog, and we go. Adaptive barrier gives him a decent amount of health, but he might still die here. Has a ton of damage. Left now on the Lucio, so it's a Baptiste Lucio composition. Zen no longer an option, which now means Riker would have probably died there were there a Zen in play, but hey, let's get on with the show. Z's passionately hammered, chopped from the high ground, cannot really be dealt with here. As Rado Esports' composition, again, cannot reposition well at all. Once they get shaken from their perch, they're in a much weaker position than they were earlier. You see how Time is trying to run Painkiller over before the second part of that flux goes off, and they don't quite get there. But the Molten Core doesn't really line up with it for King. It is on the wrong side of that card, and this comp for Rad now looks demonstrably weaker.
Do you see though why we talk about how there's not really a great counter for that ball with the Riker going in early on as Lep will end up falling. He's the one who's going to contest. When Riker was up on that high ground over by like that bridge where you kind of come out of that door, he got hit with a mag grenade. He took like an accretion, tons of damage, the Torb there, whatever, and he's just still able to live. Like he just rolls away. I mean, that's insane. And now you kind of go here towards the last part of the map. Changes here for Rad Esports, so they will go Sombra Genji here. So Sombra Genji with a Diva in the mix, so Diva able to help the backline a little bit more.
Luke hacks here. No big deal. All the way is going to come down for Squid. Time is not going to stop here. This is a very comfortable walk-through fight win. Rad have to know it after making these wholesale switches to their comp. They just don't really have any equity in ult charge. The next one, maybe. It's going to be a beat that saves the round for them, I think. Time must have an immense time bank to work with.
I mean, dude, Lethal might be right in his like, opinion on the ball comp that it's like, it's great for teams who can't kind of like coordinate, front and back line. But man, it still looks good. I don't know, man.
We don't know. There's no way we're going to tell if he's right. Because I think it's one thing when it's like a quote-unquote team that are using it as a crutch, and there's another team that's like an already good team using it, making use of their very good communication line, which you probably assume Liquid and Timeless have. So I don't know how relevant it is here. It's good bands though. I do approve.
Because these comms just look so filthy. I mean, and maybe there's a world in which Trad gets a hold here, but it just feels like inevitable that Timeless is going to be able to break this.
Although, Rad have been able to stave them off without spending their support ultimates until now. I would say that the Nano Genji is a bit superfluous here, but it's important that they've been able to hold on to Lep's ultimate, build close to a blade for King.
Yeah.
Rocket, though, is going to have a Nano Blade next fight, so you are holding onto this beat for it. Lep has honestly got a lot of experience at the top level, although never really getting the run with the Outlaws that they would have liked. Again, they're going to know better than to spend this ultimate early.
Yeah, but it looks like Tymo's just kind of banking up for one massive, battle here, right? As we see Chronic actually use the Translocator, get back out to the rest of the team. Oh, they actually used the beat here, and it's actually just like Rocket going to the high ground and may have actually just got the beat out. So that's going to be the sound barrier gone. Riker also with the minefield for Timeless. That'll go. So Rad is actually starting to put together a pretty good hold here on D. This next fight, though, Mitch, is going to be massive for them.
I love the DB here. She can really be everywhere.
Yeah. Really good at like guarding the back line, can be quite aggressive. Yeah, that's going to have him off the ball.
Riker on the Rampart here. Rad have got everything, though. I mean, there's no reason why they can't stop Timeless. This might be it. This might be where they've been able to find the edge. I think the comp switch, after, getting off the poke comp is quite good. Painkiller's shown that, like, when it's on, like, a Queen or a Diva, they've got a lot of flexibility as an individual. Can we get the Juno, though, here? That's the question. Chronic looking for Squid, and yep, they'll have them. Z's very far forward. That's, Ana, I guess. You just don't have any choice. Your team's left you as they've gone to dive on in. A D-suit here for Painkiller now. A quick self-destruct to get them back there, and King has bought some time by dealing with Rocket. So Radic here virtually at full strength with Z's close to being off respawn, and Timeless are running out of it.
Yeah, this has been really good here for Rad as the switch to the Diva. It's definitely been highly impactful. Now Rocket's going to move away
I didn't
from
like the Diva swap at first, but the push on the map
not
helps.
able to make a play for the back line.
They got off the ball too, which is
right?
good.
So Megan play a little bit more on the ground here with the Ramatra.
Who are you catching with this?
I mean,
the wall definitely isn't the game plan. There's no way that's possible. Nano here for King.
It's going to be tough to catch just about anybody, right? I mean,
exactly.
Nano up on the high ground here for King. I mean, look at these two players split off.
And they're taking their time now. Red Esports have been able to really slow this game down to a halt. This is nice for Rad. I'm liking it. Look, slept up. Dealt with very quickly, and Timeless have, lost like 4 fights in a row. Great adaptation here for Rad Esports. I think the Sombra has been a real pain for Timeless to deal with in general on this part of the map, and they prevent completion.
And can they create something like this on offense for Rad, right? Like if
I don't
Timeless
think
comes
so.
out and plays
It's
the ball,
totally
right? Can they actually use this Sombra and Diva and some of the other heroes to gain an advantage just like this, right? Although, does this actually tell Timeless, like, hey, maybe we don't play the ball off the rip here, right? Maybe we go with something that's Ramatra based, Sigma based, that kind of can maybe deal with that Sombra a bit better.
And again, like for Timeless, it's a question of
zero resistance the entire day. So.
However, is that something we're going to have to worry about running into now that we're on defense? We can go back to the first part of the map. Maybe they do want to play like a ball style defense, which would be odd to me. I think the Diva makes a lot of sense. They brought it out for us on Dorado. It looked very, very good. They never really felt like they were under a ton of pressure. Baptiste with this. To me, is a bit more interesting. It means that the Squid is probably... I mean, Riker will just return to the Purge for healing. It definitely means that they are investing in like having a really strong high ground position on top of Big Earls. And the Torb will play an off angle there with the turret.
Yes, I think that the BAP is an interesting selection. Also, BAP is great like when you want to control some of the high ground and just kind of stand and brawl on that space. But I also think Rad Esports, like, they've never really shown us like a willingness to dive per se, right?
You're diving with Sigma
towards the end, but it seems like at least thus far they've been sticking way more towards like Sigma, like slower base comps.
Could we just be trying to outpoke this comp? Rad. Okay, so there's going to be a Torb here for Timeless. I like that the Sim TP is going to be there. This will allow like Rad on a dime to sort of go aggressive, and the Lucio switch up here as well.
The Torb is going to get a lot of value when they TP there.
Riker holds this corner, but you see how quickly, Diva just gets absolutely brutalized there.
Just need to isolate,
to take space because all of his
execute
in order to do that.
Looks like they're getting ready to go now.
A little bit of a shooter. I like to see that. TP ultimately not going to be the answer for Rad.
the Sim is pretty good against the Diva, right? But you're not going to just sit here at the choke and just fight the Diva. I mean, that would just be a complete waste of your time. Lep actually goes to Zen here, Mitch. So the Zen on offense, I think the Zen on offense could be quite effective, right? No speed or kind of collapse from the Timelo side in the game. The Diva's not really going to kind of dive past this Sigma shield a whole ton.
It means if you hit an accretion on the Diva, it's an instant D-mech, essentially, if this comp works well for you. So you saw Riker barely got away before last time they ate a rock. This time it's mega dangerous for them. And so that'll change the way that they play. But again, a real poke element to this team, and Luke can also just do a lot of this fighting on his own. Great work there. And Chronic also falling. But Luke sets it up beautifully now and sets a position that's just you can't even poke into. So 90 minutes shaved off the clock here. Rad have a amp matrix of their own, but there are lots of places for timers to fall back to.
Yeah, and with this slow of a comp for Rad, it's really difficult to kind of take control over Big Earls, right? We've seen teams that have run something like this slow, right? Almost like get under Big Earls, right? You see like kind of where the TP puts Painkiller, but like get a few players inside of there, right? So like breaks LOS, you move the cart, and you're in a better spot. It's going to be an Amp Matrix here. It's just going to force Timeless back. So Z's Amp Matrix is going to gain them some space.
Oh, what a Ray though. They're going to fight into this. Matrix has just gone down and... Well, it's going to be tough to play inside of it. Nicely done. Yeah, great land. Luke on the back is kind of clean with it, I'm not going to lie. Even if the orbital ray passed Timeless by, they still had the drone to rely on. Still, Chopper needs to get to a safe distance now. Chronic does have Bob in play, and he's going to make it a little bit hard to play past this corner. Ryko trying to be tentative about it, but eventually you have to stand your ground. And as Chopper sends in these virtually vertical headshots with the railguns, and he'll wait out the kinetic grass to throw a really nasty disrupt shot down into the bottom of Big L's as well. This one, here he comes. That's very annoying to deal with. Now Rada having that space taken away from them by force. And hey, almost a minute left in the round. Timeless might not have to worry about that last phase.
Right, with just kills coming in late here. Painkiller now going to go over to Diva. So this is looking a little bit more representative of what they ran towards the end of the map. So King still staying on the sim though. Because you want this barrier, right? You've kind of worked all game for it at this point as well.
I'm trying to build a wall underneath.
Out of it.
Here they go.
All right, King. They're going to set up here. Painkiller switching
just
now.
Disengage with the turtle.
A questionable one as well. I'm not going to lie.
Window there from high ground. Yeah, they're cooked.
The challenge, but Riker can contest from that
Diva's
corner.
cooked.
So, Air Matrix in play, a lot of extra healing, and now Rad have split themselves up voluntarily. They are playing from the defender side spawn. That disruptor shot did get actually stopped halfway through. Painkiller may not have done it intentionally, but that would have been pretty bad for Rad have they have that disruptor go into the tunnel itself. Carters? Any touches? Anybody?
I mean, there's an Amp Matrix like in that doorway, so maybe they don't want to like try and get on there and play from that position, but that actually even felt like a fight that Timeless could still win, right? I mean, they split up the supports and the tanks so much. It's just a really brutal spot to play from. They don't end up taking the fight. They end up giving up that point, and now more progress.
Just giving that up.
So Diva mirroring out. Very different backlines. Luke is... I really like what we're seeing from the Baptiste, but I mean, he is definitely a less beloved option for our pro players as of lately. A couple of mortality fields, though, have been pretty convincing. Hack on Riker is very annoying. Squid is going for an orbital. Rain now. King, a little bit of extra damage will get them there, but they have to deflect. Good disengage from Rad. But they split themselves up in doing so. So a stagger is still possible. But Chronic's able to find Rocket at least. So only 1-for-1. Painkiller might just be able to trundle away from this. And that could have been much worse for Rad.
Well, the BAP also kind of loses out when we see Hazard in the game, right? Like Hazard really good at just kind of jumping onto the BAP. Giving him a lot of trouble up close. Is Riker getting really low? He's hacked up top. They're going to be able to kind of heal him back up. Luke Amino working up towards an Amp Matrix.
Okay, here's Chopper. Decent vantage point for this, but a lot of early warning for Rad. They blot out the sun with arrows. They're fighting the shade is the plan for Rad Esports. Chronic also with an EMP, so definitely hoping to bait an engagement onto the card itself, or just, threaten a back cap here. They can start to push it, surely. Z's out of the fight. Not ideal for Painkiller, who probably realizes that there's not enough healing throughput for the Diva to stay alive. So they take the kill on Chopper and get out.
Is there a good moment for Rad here, potentially with this EMP, right? They've been holding on to it a little bit long now, kind of searching for maybe the best possible moment here, right? You're going to feel like it's absolutely necessary, right? Nano plus EMP. Maybe the Nano goes over to the Genji. You're going to get this Blade as Ukamino playing very close to the edge there. Almost dies.
Riker, the goat somehow looks alive. Come on, look at what it cost them. Everything to get the BAP, and they lose King for it, who dies in the most ignoble way possible to that Torb turret.
That EMP hit him?
EMP ends up coming out, Matt.
I don't know if it, like what it hit. It may have ended up just taking out Squid, right? But you're going to be able to get both supports back in the action rather quick here for Timeless, and you are just and that's going to be they're going to have a mech back, right? You're going to get a self-destruct back here. You're going to be able to get back in mech, but you're putting a lot of pressure on this King Blade now.
Burning the D.Va ult there, though. He's
pretty
massive. It doesn't cost Rad Esports. They're still going to have Painkiller in the fight, but it still hurts. No Nano for this Blade. King has got it all laid out before him. He's at the war table, and he knows a Blade is their only chance for Rad to advance in this game. Here we go. Looking for the Torb, who, by the way, is overloaded. That's pretty scary. Squid, chased down, can't get the health back. So King will leave with 1. Now, though, very much out of the action, but so too is Riker. That card is getting close, and Rocket has been the only one stalling things out right now. There's got to be some touches getting involved. Please. Here's Riker. Okay, they get there, but I must say that Blade might have done the job, Matt. It might have been enough.
Well, can Squid get back here and end up using an orbital, right? That would be the biggest difference here, right? Is
she's gonna stall. She's gonna stall.
They're just trying to have him stay alive. They actually do
there it is. There it is. With the
but DVSD sooner, there's a bio that shuts it down instantly. Rocket still alive somehow, but then hacked.
It was close.
And we are headed to the last phase of the map.
Like
this is
maybe a
so
second and a half, or like 2 seconds.
Best chance they've had
earlier. They probably turned
in fact, to take this map.
Yeah, so now we get to the final stage. You see that box of victory there for Rad Esports. A real opportunity to make it happen is actually we're going to see Timeless go to Malga here. So just going to try and put maybe some pressure onto Lep and Z's and see if you can just kind of circumvent this D.Va, right? Make it very difficult for the D.Va to have an impact. As oh, look at this. They've actually kind of flipped sides of the map, Mitch.
Molten Core here, though. So where do Rad fall back to? Enemy territory? Seems scary. Z's might be in trouble here. Oh, the sleep hit! Oh, that's nice! Rocket goes down. Choppy with the Molten Core. But again, we're not in overtime, so this just buys some time. And Timeless are in front of the enemy spawn still, so there is that. And, well, Rocket comes back in with a Pulse Bomb at least, and they'll be there fairly fast. Lep is tanking the turret right now and can heal through much of that, of course, just passively, so not the end of the world. Riker is on the Malga, though. A little bit scary, I think, for Painkiller to stand and fight, but there are ways around this. Multiple ways, in fact, to skin a cat. And Rocket still has that pulse coming off spawn with a vengeance. It was Chopper to find 2. The Torb play now. Something that Rad are going to have to deal with. And Painkiller here with a remake, maybe
he's going to get a touch.
Better head back to spawn.
I mean, I don't know. I think you would have been coming up very late. I don't know if you would have gotten like a great touch here. Yeah, it would have been extremely close. So Chronic actually gets detected there. a prediction pulse bomb there from Rocket.
So I appreciate it.
Is EMP.
That just seems a bit wild. Luke caught by the beat. Oh no! No chance for it. Caught inside the EMP. Squid also was affected by it. I think Chronic might have paved the way here for Rad Esports. That is ridiculous. There's a Nano here for Z's. Luke off spawn. There will be time for Timeless to regroup as long as there are no further staggers, but it's getting dicey.
No, I think Timeless is going to be able to contest this pretty much with everybody alive.
They have both
and they're going to have Orbital Ray plus sound barrier. So it's going to be the sound barrier that opens things up out of the spawn with everybody up.
And here's Geno's ult. Torb needs to stay alive for his. Here's his.
Looks like they were knocked by a stump by Riker, but they still got rid of Chopper. Orbital Ray not really that effective. Rocket the only one able to play inside of it now. It's going to be a cage fight to catch them up. But King happy to fight here. Surely will be dragged down. It's Lep. Can't stand. Can't hang. Timeless. Come out with both support ultimates in a cage fight. Dude, and it's a close map. Much more engaged we've seen all day.
Yeah, much better.
Still Timeless dub.
The Sombra really impactful though. We saw Chronic make some really nice plays built around that EMP. It forced a lot of swaps out of Timeless. I would not be surprised if we see Timeless try and get that hero out of the game. The Sombra seems to be pretty annoying for them to deal with.
Yeah, it must feel pretty good though, Matt, heading into a decider map with the opportunity to still ban Sombra in this series. I think that's got to feel pretty good. However, it does of course mean that the crew on Rad Esports can choose another map. But how many more maps that are hostile to ball mostly?
Well, especially if you see a Sombra ban on the other side, right? Like what have been the bans so far here for Timeless? So it's been Hazard and Lucio, right? So you can definitely get the Sombra out of the way. There isn't, I mean, do you get rid of Ball potentially? Like if you are Rad Esports, right? Depending on where you go. I just think there's some pretty good options here for Timeless.
Yeah. No, 100%.
A lot of good options for Timeless. I think
like the map choice here might not be as relevant because I actually don't know if there are many categories left where like with like bad Wrecking Ball maps. I think this is definitely a map where we saw Riker have some trouble. I like the D.Va. Honestly, like I thought Painkiller it's been one of their best looks for sure. The D.Va Sombra comp with the Ana Z's on the Ana hit some really nice sleeves, like the one on Rocket where they are trying to 1v1 the Ana. So it's a much better game from Rad. Look at this. I mean, Rad actually have a better KD at the end of it. There's not a stat that tells the whole story because the game was so close that it was a 3-death affair that separated these two. Great to see some competitive Overwatch, and this is what I was hoping from Rad at the start of Stage 1.
Yeah, this is the Rad that we thought would be around more often, right? It's just they end up looking pretty bad last week. I think they played pretty competitive here. It'll be Eichenwald coming up next year for Rad Esports. That'll be their pick. No subs for either team. What do you ban if you're Rad here, right? Is there a good option? They've banned
Ana?
They banned the Kiri so far, and then they've also banned I don't have the second ban for the series, but I mean, do you get rid of Ana? I mean, that could be a little bit annoying, right? But then do they just play like Lucio Kiri, right?
Maybe. Lucio Kiri with the ball is probably fine. If there's no Sombra to contend with, you probably still feel good about that.
So it's the Winston and the Lucio for map number 1. Those were the 2 bans, but the Rad ban was the Winston. So Winston and Kiri gone here for Rad in our first 2 maps.
We're waiting on bans, folks. That's why they're not populated yet.
So maybe you could ban Ana. I mean, that still leaves open like Lucio, Lucio Juno. I mean, a bunch of like nothing. I think almost like those bans like end up like in a way like limiting Rad in some aspects, but we'll see. I mean, this is the part that's pretty awesome about this system, right? There's so many different kind of questions and turns that it can go in what you want to play. I feel like for Timeless, right? If they go with a support or a tank, like it feels like the Sombra is pretty much like a layup, right?
Yes,
I you don't want to play Sombra. Like
also,
Sombra.
Do Rad have a ball ban left?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
They do.
Oh, I think you might just do that here, right?
Just to be safe.
Yeah. So Sombra Ball. Right. Yeah. Here we are. Sombra Ball are the bans. So no surprise, you don't want to deal with that. This also opens things up for D.Va as well, to be a little bit less harassed over the course of the map. Yeah, without the Wrecking Ball available, Timeless have to go to something else. Now, they might not be quite the same level of unhinged as Liquid in terms of playing ball here. Yeah, who really knows? But ton of other comps here. We see a lot of Orisa on this map from teams that don't want to play the fruitier stuff. Malga at times has also been pretty reasonable. Again, like a lot of those brawl comps, I think have plenty of value. We definitely see Ramatra look very good in that last phase, the more claustrophobic part of the map. But tons of options. Riker on the Ramatra. And it will be the Torb in the backline. Torb has just been, he's looked ridiculously good.
He
just the base stats on that guy, just something else.
I mean, some of his perks are quite, getting that level 3 turret back. I mean, that is going to be spicy. Or even like, they kind of talked about it like a little bit cheeky, right? Where you could throw the turrets on like walls and different things. Like those are going to create so many weird angles, right? That you're going to have to just kind of deal with and adjust. Like Torb turrets above doorways and things. Like, oh, it's going to be nasty. So he might even get up a little stronger.
Okay, Rad Esports cutting it pretty close to giving us a map win in that previous Route 66 outing, but it was not to be, unfortunately. So now to avert another sweep.
Cutting it close.
With Timeless on the Ramatra comp, it's going to be mirrored in Chronic. I like this against the Ramatra Brawl style. It's going to be pretty annoying for the Genji.
Cutting it close to getting a map win. But, so It is annoying for the Genji, but you can make an argument that like the Torb is more annoying, right? And like Torb you can kind of play in like a Cassie, like right? Like it's obviously you don't have like the CC, but just the constant poke and off angling from the turret is just really annoying for even Genji to deal with. There's Rocket there, just some poke damage going down on a Chronic, and they finish him off.
That's not great for Rad. Again, I guess it could be hard to maneuver this comp safely into position, but what we saw from Chronic on Route 66, that brief outing on Cassidy, and also what we've seen from their Widow, I'm very excited to see him on this sort of hard hit scan. And honestly, it should be good here. There's should be plenty to sort of defend or back up this Cassidy. A lot of speed here for Rad as well, between Lucio and Juno. And the Torb turret's been dealt with, so in theory, the way has been paved to go on in. Here's the hindrance. Rocket. Doesn't care. He doesn't care.
I mean, they just go right. Whenever they see Chronic, they just beeline to him. I mean, Rocket just gets right in his face, and there's nothing that, like, really Chronic can do. I mean, you know, even with the mag, right, you had to have the Juno damage, like the Riker on the Ramontra's kind of getting in your face. So Cassie, the one thing he doesn't have is, like, mobility, right? Where, like, okay, like Sojourn, for instance, right, if you were to swap them in here, like, if you get collapsed on, you just kind of, like, slide and dash away, right? You create more space. Cassie does not have that option. He has to fight.
We're down to 2 minutes here. 2 unsuccessful pushes, 2 situations in which Chronic just gets dived early. So, desperately, Rad are trying to keep Chronic out of the sunlight here. And here comes the push. Kitsune Rush is going to set them up. And Chronic dies first. Who would have thunk it? Now we're really starting to see the weaknesses of Cassidy played out in real time. This isn't even a dive comp. It's a hard brawl setup, but one roll is not enough to get you out of the fray, apparently.
But even Torb, right, could stay in the air, like, with, you know, the overload and fight a bit, right? Gains a lot of that health, you know, fire rates, right, makes it a lot scarier. Cassie just seems, obviously, like, the CC is, like, great and, like, the slow, but the trade-off in terms of, like, no movement capabilities, really, like, whatsoever, like, no significant ones, it doesn't seem to be a worthwhile trade.
Okay, orbital up here for Random, Molten Core, for Timeless. It lets them take a lot of this space again, but they don't turn it into an angle that yields a pick. So back to the drawing board again. Double annihilation here, orbital ray for both sides. In theory, Rad have the critical mass of ultimates. Rocket, can he find a pick early though? King tries to chase him up there, and okay, Rocket says, brilliant. We got a beat. That is nice. Squid, though, is dead. Orbital ray was used, and okay, things don't quite turn out to plan here for Timeless, as Riker is left out in the open with a Maelstrom that is just not set up to get any kills. Getting out alive here is the next order of business, and so far Riker has been able to slink away.
Yeah, Rad also uses the orbital ray, right? So it's a sound barrier in response to Rocket's blade. Timeless starts to back up. I believe they also lose Squid during the start of that. But then it's the orbital ray from Z's that they kind of use to move in behind, and they're able to at least get that first checkpoint. So we'll see them back up. Need to get this door open, right? We see a lot of teams decide to play really close. As look at that Riker even kind of pushing it around here.
Yeah, King also struggling with this poke damage coming in from either doorway here, and okay, we're taking a fight. Timeless really want to try and spawn camp Rad to some degree, and I like that Suzu. The damage coming back from Rad was pretty reasonable there. Annihilation, though, that might be an issue. Blade also teased out of Rad. So the War Chest of Ultimates they try and walk into this second phase of the map with, they are forced to part with now as Timeless at least trying to negotiate from a position of power.
That's nice help from left there, able to get that kill onto Rocket, keeping King up as King and Co now trying to fight for this high ground control. But yeah, that's a lot of ultimates used there, just to basically get the gate open and get around that first corner, right?
Not a problem though if Rad can use this bridge though to have another good start to the fight, right? Then like they've spent their ultimates for map control and given themselves some proper meterage, but Painkiller eventually has to give it up.
Yeah, he's just been pushed off the high ground by Rocket as well, right? Rocket just gets right past the Ramontra shield, get in his face, put down some damage with the Shurikens, and then just kind of chase him around the map, right? So they end up losing that high ground control. They lose Painkiller here in the end. So even though you use all these ults, you got a little bit of meterage around the corner to show for it. Not significant.
Okay. Chronic still hoping to make this Cassidy work. I think this is a better strategy when you just storm the castle. Might be the plan here. Definitely feels like Timeless are aware of it. They want that high ground, but they're ready to pivot into a pitched battle on top of the Rampart, should that be required. Lep's going to nudge the cart forward. And Riker has dropped down now. Yeah, Timer's a pretty solid defensive hold. Don't have like full top castle control, but I don't see how this Deadeye is supposed to achieve anything.
It's gonna get them under the bridge. So it's just giving them like space here to kind of get that cart moving. This is gonna be Squid using the orbital array, and it's like when the orbital array they use, it's like Rad rotating all the way around. So not gonna get much value out of it.
Orbital's gonna be waited out. Now the Annihilation comes in, and it's gonna just go for its max duration here. Sound barrier used isn't enough. Honestly, it's pretty good against this. Kitsune Rush here for Luke Mino. Chopper needs to be kept alive, but Riker is doing a lot of work. Elsewhere on the cart, there's still the issue of Painkiller, though. And I think they, on their own, are going to be enough to force everyone else back. Squid might get a health pack up there. No. Luke Mino also going to fall here. And Rad at least have a shot at the last phase of the map.
They do, and it's going to be this Annihilation from Painkiller that would be the ultimate. That would get them over the line. Potentially, they're going to have Blade as well. But Rocket's going to come flying out of spawn, man. Here, he's got that Blade in hand. No sound barrier on the other side. It's got to be huge here for Timeless.
King, though, close to one of his own. So it's far from a guaranteed thing here for Timeless. Oh, wait a minute. Chopper?
Chopper on the flank.
Big flank angle, but there's got to be touches here. That's the only thing. Riker's got to be aware of this. Rocket's Blade doesn't get much.
Left's on the side.
What? I don't know what happened there. Who knows? Squid's going to take Z's down, though, and I think it's only Rocket who can stall this out. Luke's going to be too late to the party, and hard to really know if Chopper got done what he was hoping to with that very long flank. Rad, though, have the Blade. They have the Annihilation. And they get that last phase of the map opened up.
Yeah, it did get a little bit scary, though. But now that you got this last part of the map, it can be very difficult to get here just in general. So Rad giving themselves a chance to potentially force a fourth map in the set would be pretty bad here for Timeless's just kind of overall standings and map count. So Riker will go over and play Sigma here. So get a Sigma versus a Reese. Oh my, I mean, there's just goodbye Painkiller. I mean, they walk up, they hit him with an accretion, they get shot in the head, and goodbye. I mean,
I really hope that they use this straight away now with this Sigma comp, because this is sneakily one of the best parts of the map to have a poke.
Yeah.
All right, they will, but there's enough mitigating. Yeah, I mean, Painkiller's able to step up here, switch off to the Orisa on the Rampart now. Very much more reasonable of a pick. Orisa look great here if she's not utterly counted out with the loss of space. So, okay, Blue Banner's going to pop this Kitsune Rush now. Painkiller got knocked to the ground briefly by an accretion, but they're very quick to get back into the fight, especially behind the orbital ray of Rad. Timers, though, step back, and Riker got a lot of value off of that kinetic grasp. The Kitsune Rush, though, is what makes Rad turn tail and back up. They've got a overclock here for Chronic, excuse me.
Yeah, so actually the orbital ray that forces them to back up as Squid ends up popping and they lose Lucamino.
Chronic looking for more. Just Lucamino falling so far for Timers, but Riker is really struggling to stay in the fight. Chopper's found one, though. This time it didn't take a crazy wide flank. So Timers have a chance to regroup, and they'll have a spawn advantage now against Rad, who are only working with 4 players. And back they're going to be forced. This all hinges on Painkiller building an Annihilation before they end up going down. And the beat is going to allow for this. That's perfect timing there for Lep to find the sound barrier. Painkiller goes for the Annihilation, but they're getting a lot of damage thrown at them from the periphery of this fight. Stay alive a long time, but it might still not be enough. Chopper finds 2 there with that overclock, and Zeus is going to be punching him out.
Yeah, they keep Riker alive enough for long there. Lucamino on the side angle on the Kiri, just kind of pumping healing into him, just keeping him up for as long as possible. As it's not pretty, but right there at the end, Timeless does get their hold before a map completion.
And honestly, that was a dicey one because Rad have a sound barrier that buys them time into an Annihilation. You think they do pretty well there. A lot of it hinges on Chopper just having a large amount of damage off to the sides of that fight and bringing Painkiller down very quickly.
So we'll see what Timeless has here on offense, right? They put together a really good first point defense. Does not seem like Rad really wants to go and try and play, maybe like a Torbjorn type of setup. Okay, so let's actually see Tor plus Cassidy. So this is kind of like dive, flanker, aggression as you can get currently.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, Timeless, though, they've shown they're happy to play like that brawl style. Accessing Chronic was easy for them when they were defending. Now, though, he might be a little bit harder to reach the Cassidy, especially if he's protected in a sort of a safe pocket. Squid on the Mercy, that would be quite a thing.
I don't think the Maga necessarily cares about this though, right? Like if Maga just charges in, I don't think he necessarily like cares about, like, you know, obviously the slow from the mag grenade when he's charging doesn't matter at all, right? So Lucio Juno as well, so lots of speed.
Okay, here's Rocket. Yep, here's that gap closed, and what? Painkiller took a lot of damage, but Chopper just somehow dying to the vortex that was set up behind Riker. Little awkward. Chronic with the space, and you can see what Cassidy can do. Riker trying to cost him, get up on him, but no. Not this time.
I wonder who put enough damage in to just take Chopper out right away with that vortex, right? Just kind of comes around the corner. They want to use the speed to get out of the choke, and he just dies instantly from some of the damage there.
So again, this is a little scary. There are multiple layers of abstraction in Rad's comm. But again, as the attacker, you have the luxury of like just counter swapping, especially at your tank position, to find the advantage. This is another setup here that not only takes that space, but is much better at sort of damage and CC mitigation than Malga is. Okay, I don't know if Rocket would hit him there. I think he's trying to play towards the backline, but Torb is that strong. He just shuts the Genji down. Chopper though, showing us exactly why we're seeing so much of the blacksmith in our games. No lep here for Rad, but he's the one that would return to the fray quickest anyway.
Can you capitalize on this? It's like Chopper is still on another weird off angle, just like how he was in the Sojourn in the last round. Is Rocket now going to play Echo here, just put a little bit more damage down from the sky, just change the sight lines. Oh man, that time Lucamino got extremely low as he is somehow able to live.
Yeah, Chronic eventually falls as well, just got a little bit too close to that focusing being there. A pick you think probably wouldn't be great against the Torb Cassidy setup, but Rocket's Echo does give Timeless at least a foot in the door in this fight, and it gets flung wide open by Riker. And they will be taking this point only after about a couple of minutes here, so decent timing here for Timeless. Wonder how long they try and stick with the Orisa. It's fine, it's definitely serviceable when taking control of the castle.
I mean,
and also having a Terror Surge up the sleeve couldn't hurt.
I was going to say, you have 4 ults. There's no way you kind of switch off of this now, right? You at least give it another fight. As King now actually was going to match the Echo, but as soon as the Echo comes out, Rocket goes over to Tracer. So just kind of counter picking each other, it seems like, with these two DPS.
King with the objectively superior Echo skin.
That skin is kind of dope.
It is incredible. That whole battle pass was actually lit.
You're very easy.
All the way here comes
though.
out sound barrier, so layering of support ultimates from both sides. What a big commitment this is. Rad clearly think it's so crucial to control this space, but a Terror Surge, they just get put into a blender.
Oh, that's a tough way to end up losing a fight, right? You end up committing just about everything into this one. You push on up. Nah, I mean, we're not seeing Light Weaver. Let's not get that crazy.
Getting excited.
Light Weaver's going to need 9 major perks to be able to be played. Need some help.
Hey, just keep getting stealth buffs every patch, and all of a sudden he will come out of nowhere, and Luke will be the first one.
If he could plant little trees, right? That if you don't destroy in like 15 seconds, spawns big trees, then maybe. But
my boy Rax got his ear to the ground.
True.
He'll know. All right, so Castle definitely obviously invested in here by Rad. They've got a relatively closer range hit scan element to their team. So this is a good way to take the fights, but they've kind of lost King, so the burst damage on someone like Riker is not really possible now. Looks like a Javelin connected with Chopper. He just overloaded in response, and okay, we get a turret for a Deadeye. And a reload, I guess. Not great. And also, how easy is it to heal Painkiller up there? Not very by the looks of things. Lep is trying to get to him, but Chronic is down. Again, first picked in this fight.
The entire time the payload's moving as well. Like they have somebody on the ground moving that payload. So as the high ground fight is commencing, and Timeless is just kind of pushing Rad further and further back, and then eventually off of it, Timeless is getting tons of payload progress, and now you're going to be around towards this bridge. I think if you're Rad, you just need to force them to use some ults here, right? You can't allow them to walk into the castle with double support ult towards the end. Chronic, you may only get one shot at that one. Swings and misses.
Oh, I liked it with it from Chronic. It's looked incredible, but geez, how do you make it work here? No choice now. Spawn's too far away. Chronic, you are stuck on this. And Rocket instantly blows up the Widow. Could have been a one clip for all we knew. Nice put torpedoes from a very safe vantage point. And a Torb turret set up there means Timeless, comfortable now into this last phase. 3 minutes 20 to work with. It's a lot of time. Both teams on the Orisa comms here. Probably not going to see any big switches outside of King going over to the Genji.
Yeah, we'll see if this kind of we'll see if this gets a response out of Rocket. He's really kind of been the one that's made some changes here for Timeless, but don't necessarily think you need to. So I do have a Terror Surge available here for Painkiller. It's going to be one available for Riker as well. We'll see how they try to engage here. It looks like also you're just maybe building up this Riker Terror Surge. You're going to use this Molten Core in combination.
Painkiller just doesn't really seem to care. That Susie got used just to keep Luke alive. Oh, there was no escape. It gets pulled a little bit early, the Terror Surge, but Luke still got picked off by Lep after the fact. Painkiller, decent job there as well. Just throws up a javelin spin amidst the fight to break up some of the incidental projectiles that were coming through. Gotta be careful, gotta respect this Molten Core, but Chronic puts that one to an end pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a downtown Molten Core there, and maybe Chopper's gonna think about switching here. As I just kind of chuck that Molten Core. That was a nice shot from Chronic, as yeah, Chopper will end up playing the Sojourn here. It's been a good hold for Rad Esports. They've wasted some time off the clock.
Chronic coming off the Widow now has found a new lease on life, apparently, and is collecting on those of Timeless. Orbital Ray here for Squid's gonna have to be a sound barrier in response. Aziz also lays an Orbital Ray for Rad over that. Pulse, though, doesn't care about that healing over time, so Rocket finds a good window, but it's still a player advantage here for Rad. This defense is holding pretty well for our red side.
So, Rocket does put a lot of pressure down onto left there so that they do end up using both support ults at the same time, so maybe you have an advantage here for Timeless with this Kitsune rush that's coming on through. Although King does have a blade, so the blade is extremely impactful with no sound barrier on the other side.
See, this Kitsune goes down. Can he make good use of it? Riker had a massive Terror Surge to get through that choke at the start of the second phase of the map. That doesn't even seem to be necessary here. Just the raw power of that Kiriko ultimate sets up a comfortable fight win. Rad get brushed aside. I guess the silver lining? Yeah, they can come back in with the Terror Surge of their own. King can look to blade this backline that doesn't have a support ultimate to inoculate them.
Yeah, I was going to say, King ends up, dying really early, but that allows him to end up holding onto the blade. So, a minute to go. Even if you lose this fight for Timeless, if you lose it fast, you might have another.
Yeah. 50 seconds isn't bad, King. Oh, God, he's forced into a deflect early. The torpedoes could have been such a problem. Oh, Lep's caught inside the Terror Surge. That is brutal. No Lucio for you. Still, Timeless haven't quite gotten to the end yet. Gonna force the Lucio away. Painkiller just crumbles. King was forced into a deflate midair. Talk about being on the back foot. The most maladroit situation I've seen a defending team in today. And there's just nothing Rad can do about it. 9 maps of Overwatch, folks. Signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah, Timeless takes care of business, right? We talked about how all these teams up in that top 4 need to kind of keep pace in terms of map count. We saw a 3-0 earlier from Nightmare, 1 from Team Liquid. Timeless knew what they needed to do here against Rad Esports, facing probably the toughest of the opponents today, and they still come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, we expected this to go a 3-0 kind of way. However, I am honestly very impressed with Rad Esports. I wish we would have seen this type of Rad Esports earlier already, like last week. There were more winnable matches for them back then. Alas, it shall not be. However, I feel like they're starting to find their groove just in time for the meta to change next week, of course. So that's a little unluckers. Little unluckers indeed. Timeless, though, they were pushed. They were pushed out of their comfort zone. Riker had to switch off that ball. There was a lot of pressure on them. We saw those changes coming out from Rad Esports. So overall, I think this was a very entertaining series, and the 3-0 score definitely does not tell you the whole story.
Rad Esports played much better than they did last week. Last week, they were not really that close. This week, though, they put up a pretty good fight against Timeless. But I think Timeless also just showed the potential of this team, right? Can play so many different things situationally, making the right calls. And then also just kind of like a little bit of a clutch factor always seems to kind of come through here for Timeless. So they look good. They kind of hold pace with everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of a couple of things on the Rad side. I like the Painkiller Diva. This cop looked really good. Obviously, this part of the map on 66 allows Sombra to like hack down really easily, like without any threat of punishment. And I do think that this could have been really competitive, if not for the one fight where Riker blows out Rad with that 3k Terror Surge. There's like some genuine game to be had here. So it's not just like one map where I think, Rad put a good show on. It's these 2 consecutive maps. And I think that like, the pick and ban strategy for me seemed to make a lot of sense. Go to the decider map, ban the thing that's giving you the most trouble. You sort of ban the ball. They knew they'd be dealing with the Sombra. So I do think that, like, you know, in contrast to the previous game, it definitely seems like a much tighter strategy when it comes through from the pick and bans. And I think, like, you know, Rad did everything that they could to give themselves an edge, like, out of game. I think that some things didn't quite go their way in these team fights, right? And some really volatile situations, honestly, were pretty high variance. Didn't favor them today.
No, I mean, look, I think Rad Esports, obviously they get extremely close, but it seems like there's definitely a little bit of a gap between them and some of those teams in that top 4 at the moment. But no, maybe I definitely think there's a gap between Rad and, you know, some of the teams underneath them. It's just how do they go about trying to break into that top 4?
That big question is, of course, if Red Esports is finding themselves in those relegation and promotion matches, do we expect them to come back in?
I don't think they're going to find their way there. I think they're better than that. I think, you know, you're going to probably see them in the playoff. I would imagine like a 5-6 type of seed. And they're also going to be a little bit scary, right? It's, you know, with the game changing so much, these are very talented players. Could be dicey.
So Rad's next, I'll do the math for you. Rad's next couple of games are SSG and Amplify, right? Right now, even if they lose to SSG 3-0, they're still one whole map ahead of Shikigami, who are 1-4 at 3-13. These guys are 3-9 right now.
And so Shikigami also faces off SSG, but they face SSG next week when things are up in the air, so they have more chances of actually taking a map off of SSG than Rad Esports has tomorrow, would be my take.
Potentially, there's also, like, there are other matches where Shikigami could also, like, get a map win as well, like against Avidity tomorrow. So, you know, that part of the bracket is far from certain here. But, you know, I'm just saying, even with a 0-3, Rad still have kept their head above water. So they've got a buffer, but not a huge one.
Right on. Okay, Squid is earning themselves a player of the match, playing so well in the backline that we just pin him as a DPS player.
Yeah, I mean, he's just pumping out so much damage. May as well just consider him one.
Yeah.
You know, he's had really great series. I feel like every time we've watched this team, just been really impressed with the play this stage.
Oh man, I like from the one play, it was Lijiang Tower. I remember it. Lijiang Tower Garden. He, like, I don't know, he just breaks players' ankles on this Juno.
Yeah,
really impressed. Squid also had a great Ana play over the course of this series. This backline is legit sick. This Timeless team really, really good. And again, this core has been together from Timeless to TSM, again back to Timeless, including their coach as well, who stayed with them. So they have a lot to lean on, I think. And again, all of our teams here, there's no change in the standings at the top of the table. Everyone's 3-0'd, right? So everyone's breathed a sigh of relief now. This makes next week ultra interesting.
Yeah, you just mentioned that there's a core roster here that has been together for a long time, including their coach, and their coach is actually going to join us for a quick chat here after this victory. So let's welcome to the show Capitology. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. Let's talk about your team, because the tier 2 grind was real for a long time for so many of these players. Now you find yourselves at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the standings. What's the vibe like in the team? What were your expectations heading into this season, and you know, like the thoughts on where you ended up now almost at the end of it?
Yeah, I mean, our expectations are definitely pretty high. Looking, you know, going into the season, it was pretty difficult to get supports because the teams were kind of moving around, and there were all these rumors about the third partner team, so people were kind of waiting. We actually, some of us almost retired until we saw the partner teams released, actually, and then when we saw the partner teams, we were like, wait, we can beat these teams. You know, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. So we put something together, and it's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, Ethan, of course, you're still working with like a core that you know and has sort of performed and has honestly, like, you know, really taken it to these top teams. I think on the TSM roster, like, you just had a couple of like unlucky losses where you couldn't afford to have them, and that sort of put you out in some situations. But we're going to have a shake-up next week, obviously. I'm sure you've been thinking about it. It's probably, you know, one of the only things you've been sort of dealing with. But how do you sort of, as a coach with quite a lot of experience now, approach a shake-up on this scale? Like, what is most important to you in terms of getting your team ready for things to get turned upside down?
I mean, for a match like SSG, you know, and that match is probably going to decide like the first seed, I think, or first and second, which is a really big deal with the buys, I think, going into the bracket. It's really difficult because in scrims, all the top 4 teams right now have a really big ego where they wait for you to pick your comp, they counter comp you, they ban whatever you're hovering, and they just anything they can do to get the map win. Which is really annoying when, we're prepping for Rad and Amplify. Obviously, we know we're good. We're trying not to look past these teams because, Amplify takes maps off of top teams, Rad can punch up. So we're prepping for these matches, and SSG is just doing everything they can to squeeze out map wins in these scrims on different comps. People are playing Zarya comps, counter-comping us. So going into this week, I'm going to do the same thing to everybody else. I'm going to wait for them to hover comps in the map. I'm going to ban whatever they're hovering. I'm going to counter-comp them, and we'll prepare for this going into SSG.
And I'm curious for your perspective. We've asked a lot of the people that have come on the show. The perk system, how impactful do you think it is? Are there anything that you're excited that comes along with it?
I think perks is cool. I play a lot of MOBA games. I think it's cool to be able to, put your own personal spin on a lot of the heroes. I think it's a good idea to have more individuality, especially in the sense that allowing heroes to kind of be more flexible, fill more jobs in certain teams. I think everything they do towards that end is good. I am a little worried some of the perks look really, really strong right off the bat, but with a patch this big, it's really hard to make any guesses before you get to play it, so we'll just have to wait and see. But
well, we don't have to wait very long since that's happening in just a few days, so we're very excited to see what you and the team have in store for us. Cap, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your future matches.
All right, thanks for having me.
As I said earlier, always great to hear it from the coaches. Yeah, well,
I love Cap. He's always got a big sass for us. I think it's so funny. Like our teams are treating scrims like OWCS finals out there. Hopefully it's helpful. Hopefully it develops like the whole of NA into a more competitive region, because it's all well and good to like counter comp and ego people domestically. But if you get trashed internationally, then it kind of
it doesn't really matter.
Silly, so yeah.
Yeah, I took the time during the interview to psychoanalyze this particular coach based on his background. We saw a dog bed, dried flowers, concept art on the walls, a vanity mirror, books, a guitar in reach as well. This man is living. Is that distracting him from coaching?
Wow, the fact that he currently has breath in his lungs, distracting him from what's really important.
Yeah, I think he needs to focus up. He has clearly too many hobbies in their life. Don't like that for the team. Let's take a look at our standings, or rather, let's take a look at our schedule. That's even better. This is what we have in store for you tomorrow, Rad Esports. I hope they show the same plus some of what we've seen through them from them today, because if so, they have a real chance of at least taking a map off of SSG.
I think those middle games are also interesting. Like, will anybody ever beat VP? No, we'll see like kind of what Peps has there. And
the
then
first one's
Divinity
gonna be
versus Shikigami. Like that may have huge implications in terms of relegation and whatnot. So that's a huge match.
I agree. I mean, I Peps, kind of surprised us today. That was a fun little best of 5 series over in EMEA. The VP have been looking pretty imperious, so we'll see.
Yeah, there you see, as we just talked about the implications. But yeah, the top is hotly contested. I do love that though, because we are so used from this very region to just have the top dog and everyone else is just scrambling at the bottom. No more of that. Do love that.
Yeah, I mean, like this is kind of, we're getting to the pointy end of things, and we're getting to a state where we can really get a good feel for who is the best. But that last weekend of next week, day of next weekend will decide everything. It'll literally decide the top 4 spots and the ordering of them. Like that is crazy to me. So we will be in suspense until the very end. It's almost like they intended it to be this way, but so I won't make too many assumptions. We have not gotten to see enough of these top teams play against each other, and when they have, it was like right at the start, like with Liquid losing, for example. It's like, okay, well that doesn't really make a difference now, but they've shown that they're much better than they were. So
it's so funny because we see them play against each other at the very beginning, where it's like, okay, warm up, like they're just finding their footing, and now we get to see them play again at the very end, where they have to deal with perks and no one knows what to expect. Speaking of perks,
what was that? Hold on, blast that one back up.
Production took the liberty to do some perks for our casters because we talked so much about it. So they were brainstorming how we could upgrade you guys I love
Okay.
that.
Okay, dope.
And since
All right, what do
I
we
won't
got?
get to see you two on stream tomorrow, as we will just replace you with Johnny and Jack. Let's see. Okay, what perks will we choose here?
Yeah,
If you were the coach.
Rapid fire seems like it's a passive ability. It doesn't seem like that one is necessarily a perk. It just happen.
Yeah, the always on ability. Flashbang shirts. Stun enemies for 5 seconds by giving us a twirl. Yeah, forget about that. I'll give you a power stance instead.
Here, I mean,
I like that.
what is it
I
for
think
with
the
power?
Aussie Antics is a lock.
For real.
Yeah, and then I think, rapid fire, right? I mean, it's natural.
We need to get Kuffer on this show so you go, well, we heard him yesterday. We need to get like Kuffer for an interview so you can hear that like my accent is not as strong as like an actual
It's not as
Aussie.
bad. Okay, I just want a little like table talk with all the Aussies we have.
Yeah.
I mean, you have most of them here.
I know. Yeah, two of them already on my desk right now as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think Aussie Antics is a lock-in. And then probably flashbang shirts just because I do want to see a twirl. I think you have the legs for it. The potential is there.
The cabs.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad I've been squatting heavy just for that moment.
For this.
Wow.
Okay, Matt, how can we upgrade Matt? I mean, perfection is hard to upgrade.
And there's
but we're
really
gonna
not
give it a
much.
try. I mean,
Trivia master.
look at this
my boy
LinkedIn
is,
picture
my boy
of
is
him.
booty cheeks in trivia. What is that about?
Ballin is a lock. I mean, the
Prowess.
amount of people on this show that don't know anything outside of the show is crazy. I mean,
Ballin, I agree. We've got to lock that in because Matt literally asked Zoe about it. Like he asked her the pile driver question off air first, and she was literally stun locked for like 10 seconds trying
like,
to.
I
and
was
the plastic
confused.
mask thing was a good idea.
Stuff you say is so dumb that it stuns people. Like you have to like you stop in your tracks and just go like, what did you just say, or what did you just ask?
We go lower is also that is a passive
so
ability. That is a passive ability.
I do love that though.
I have like some self-restraint, but then eventually I'm just like, you know what? Just send it.
The beautiful thing about
literally
Matt,
said
though,
this to me last night. We were in a Discord call watching something, and this exact phrase came up, and you ascribed it to yourself. So I'm definitely locking Wigolo in.
I mean, look, if you're in a fight, who wants to get hit second? You strike first. There's no way you let somebody else come at you. You have to be.
Well, how do you go lower?
Well, this is bad advice. This is bad advice. Don't you in a fight. You don't be the first one hit.
these are some good perks. Also for everyone who doesn't know Matt. Matt is in fact a very smart man, and he's just incredible good at playing dumb. I don't know how he does it, because that's it's like a special kind of skill required for that. So,
I enjoy pushing people to their edge.
Gets bodied at where in the world
actually.
are we? So.
He's pushing the buttons, and he's very good at it. Well, we're going to see more of these cards that production has prepared for us. Thank you so much, production.
That's cool.
Yeah, upgrading.
I like that. I like that.
Why not? And we're open for suggestions too, so hit us up on socials. Might implement some of your suggested perks, not just for our casters. Can also be for
Like I was thinking
players,
Botox, but I'll
heroes.
take some perks instead. Actually, I could use.
What are you like?
Yeah,
you have
that's
a baby
that's your
face.
top
What are you
tier
saying?
stadium perk. Your stadium.
Botox.
It's your stadium 20,000 coin purchase there.
That's the big one.
I'm so done. I'm so cooked. Bro, 3 Overwatch does something to me. Hey, holy.
It does something to all of us. Good.
I told you,
and
nerds.
bad.
I said you get 9 maps today, and you're gonna like it. Take your medicine. Pinch your nose.
Yeah, Mitch's
They sound like Matt.
Mitch's top tier perk is midlife crisis. It's a shot of Botox and a car with no roof. The one of those.
The cars with no roof. That's right. Well, gentlemen, unfortunately I won't have you back, but one of the perks of my very day is always that I get to hang out with my friends. Who are
I'm
also
sad we're
very
gonna miss
talented.
tomorrow, but you
And
guys are
Mitch
gonna
might
have
join you
Johnny and
also
Jake. It's gonna be fun.
That's right.
Me and
that's
Matt are
right.
gonna have a late
Then we're
night.
back to the desk. And
Yeah.
late night, you're a parent.
It'll be fun.
You have no.
We're
such
gonna have a
thing.
late. Yeah, no, we have a late night. We got something else going on later. You can check our socials for that. But yeah, so
Another game? Nani?
Well, I can.
Couldn't be.
Nani.
Nani?
Yep.
Well, someone else who's also continue to be on stream is of course Bullskunk. So make sure to stick around because we will be raiding Bullskunk. Also, once again, a reminder that tomorrow we'll be sharing 5 of the OWCS superstars that are getting invites to participate in the FPL. So be sure to tune in for that tomorrow.
Ping me
as
when mine
well.
comes up.
Yeah, we'll make sure that
Don't wait up.
You'll never get invited. I mean,
Wait up,
we
bud.
make sure to support you once you get invited. That's what I meant to say. And
And we're hanging out with Big Kev tomorrow as well.
That's
Big
right.
Kev's our featured co-streamer.
Kevin's gonna join us as well. So lots of action for our last day of week 3. Don't want to miss it. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm gonna see you again tomorrow.
Cybernetic innovation. You make it too easy.
Still a fighter pilot. bought and financed a car in.
We had both support ults right there.
Gyroscopic harness activated.
flew when you thought I never knew. But now, baby, look at you. This is all because of you. Yeah. But I can't stop. You wanna sound like a mascot? Was all I gave to you, got caught. And now I'm feeling like a free man. She always fishing like a seaman. She like a nutty like a pecan. Summer's in season, yeah. You burn all the bridges you rode. I gave you my heart and it broke. I took it all back, but I'm gold. Oh, yeah. They dropped in the city exploring. She's out in the whip and it's foreign. This should be quick. I saw the feelings you thought you were hiding. And if you could take it all back somehow, there's no time for sorry now. Cause you got me in the deep end. You wanna call me on a weekend. I just wanna know your secret. Is it something I believe in?
I have always wondered what it is like to be
Last summer for the pen, I don't remember the cost, but I know I'ma be okay. I'll be down with that fade away.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is
It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
Stall for so long. Why are we not touching?
find purpose in a forest or on a mountain, in an aircraft hangar, or at a secure, undisclosed location, or just beyond where you are right now. With over 500 Army civilian careers to choose from, find your next level at ArmyCivilianCareers.com.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Massachusetts. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus belt which expires 7.
Sterben nicht.
Meteor strike.
Holy moly, dude. Like, 0 DPS pressure whatsoever. I did what I could, but holy shit. If it wasn't me making space, my team wouldn't walk anywhere. Wouldn't walk up 2 feet. I think there was at least 2 points where we could have at least touched the play, and nobody's up there but me. 1v5. nano tank. Knew there was a trap there. I'm an idiot.
sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Massachusetts. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7.
Billion careers.
Play of the game.
Oh, I don't need to play tank anymore, I don't think. Yep.
Tools in hand, brain in key.
There are no if you're going to die, do it when I'm not looking. ¿Qué tal?
Science needs more outcomes to uncertainty. I am certain that you're going to have a great time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All behind. Cast low, no roll, 1 point. Run pedal, half.
Knowledge is its own reward.
It's a completely different view outside the crate.
Are you a ball main?
Fuck yeah.
Let's go. I've been having a lot of fun on him. I'm gonna hack Doom here. Doom no jump. Doom no block. Doom hacked up top. Genji hack, no deflect. Low. Mega underneath. Doom no punch. Doom hacked.
Shit, I forgot about Bowen.
Back up, back up, back up, back up. Trojan top right. Doom hacked. Doom hacked.
Just sit on their back line. Can somebody take care of Iana? I don't really fucking care about this dude, to be honest. He's not doing anything. Just kill Iana.
Mercy hacked. Genji. Genji one, new deflect. Watching res. Mercy hacked.
So just one, so just one, so just one.
Doom one. Doom still one. Back right.
I don't know what y'all fucking need. I'm just gonna fucking swap.
Soldier full charge.
Can we not go in when I'm swapping? Why did we push up? I told everybody I was swapping in the lobby.
You're gonna res that. I'll play that side. He's looking for boop.
Genji's half. Mine. We can't kill their Mercy or their Ana. That's our problem. If we can't kill their supports, they're not gonna win.
Dude, we can't do it. I'm sorry.
Doom ult.
Just one. Oh, y'all win.
This is almost impossible to win now.
play the easy game since we can't do anything, and play Caresses.
Sure, do whatever you want. Like, why are you telling me?
It's a completely different view outside the crate.
Are you satisfied following kittens around like an observant pet?
There's no shame in learning from others. Try it sometime.
Turret in position.
Stop the payload.
There's an enemy here. Got an enemy here.
Shopping with your parents can be amazing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is given. You should get it. Yoda.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app,
Back down. Not a chance.
Holy moly.
Defeat.
Holy moly.
Meet your strike.
It was fun. You just couldn't get any kills. We didn't cap first point. Our first fight. Our first team fight, we got an insta pick. And there were so many people that we got low, and we just never could get the kill on. We should have at the very least capped first point. But I don't think we were coordinating our attacks. Should be better. At least for a tank, I think.
You anyone there?
Yep. Dude, I haven't played with Hazard in a while.
Let off some steam. Real skies. I'll change that. They're going to love this.
They go underneath. And right here.
I'm sorry. Our tank slept.
I'm gonna contest it for. See the wall.
Yeah. And a top. Yeah. Hanzo on.
We can wait a second. Wait a second, Torb. Don't peek. Don't peek. Or Kiri's here. Never mind. Never mind.
Dead. Get the Hanzo. Sitting at 1 HP.
Get them off the objective. I'm at the height of my performance. Payload's on the move. Let's stop it.
Reaper up top. Reaper up top. Okay.
Alright, we got 4 ults right here. We can contest this point one more time, and then I'll switch it up. I'll pop mine first.
Go right side.
How about Hanzo? Alright, actually, I'm just dead.
Reaper up top. Close right side. And the Reaper.
I'm literally about to solo someone.
For half inside.
Play with me, I'm ulting. Play up.
Only behind. For half. Below. You're purple. Hey, Steve. Bravo's replay for Rage Hacker? Yeah, I can check it out. Below, no fade. Hanzo top right. Leave alone. Fade. 320.
Score 0-3. Switching sides.
This guy gonna run. I wish he would have got off of Hazard. He held on. He stayed on Hazard to pop his ult. When he popped his ult, he hit nobody.
Lose Zarya is obviously the biggest problem in your team, so either we just don't shoot her at all or we just all focus her at once. Just gotta call it out.
Who's the guy gonna play?
You know, Faria, it's not a sign of weakness if you take it easy sometimes.
Take the ride when you turn careless.
Like father, like daughter.
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
Here's one. Top left.
We can walk straight to point while we're up.
No. I'll sleep dart. You're purple. Back half. Hanzo half.
Over there! Over there!
I'm in here. Casted. Mercy low. Move up. Over tank. Shield grab. Cast low.
Zarya down to one bubble. Mow down Zarya, focus her.
Sleep dart.
Purpose in a forest or on a mountain. In an aircraft hangar.
Antelope.
Secure undisclosed location. Or just beyond where you are.
On in here.
Escort the payload.
Payload's heading out.
What's up?
bubble. Mercy 1.
That's close right. Cast low. No roll. Tank half.
1 HP. Yeah, we walk up, we walk up.
Back right.
Okay, they popped. What'd they pop? Grab, Dragon, and McCree ult. So they have Nano and Mercy ult. Alright.
They use 3, we use 2.
We force out Zarya bubbles here, we can really guys back. Oh, that's fucks.
Just getting staggered by the Hanzo. He's not missing all game.
Zarya only has 1 bubble.
Pass half. It's half.
Focus Hanzo. Zarya only 1 bubble. I got my ult right here.
He grabbed.
Hanzo over here.
He's up top. He's one. He's on staircase.
We're trying to test that high ground. Green point, we should get it right here. Just for sword going on high ground. Help her. Mow down Zarya. Mow.
Where's he?
Alright, we might. Did we? Yeah, we might just need to reset. Can we help our Mercy get out? Someone peek her?
Dead here.
Alright, yeah, we gotta try and get back to spawn.
30 seconds remaining.
I'm overloading.
Alright, don't die, don't die, don't die. We only got 1 push.
No Sojourn ult. That's about it for this.
Alright, we go in at 7 seconds. I go in at 7. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
That's up top.
Come on, Hanzo.
That's low. Dude. Just can't hit any shots. I probably should have practiced a little bit more on DPS for a queued comp. I wish this guy, he swapped every tank other than the one we needed to swap to. Like, just go Ryan, make it easy for yourself, buddy. He went 3 tanks. Not one of them was a good counter to Zarya. Like, we were having a problem with Hanzo the whole game. I'd love some cover. Plus the counter on the Zarya, that would have been great too. But nope. Maga.
are no secrets.
If you are a knight, should I call you Sir Wilhelm?
Yes! Finally, someone who understands!
Just played against their tank. They ran Zarya.
Well, that's nice.
Hope so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence attack on objective C.
Al fin. Es hora de divertirme.
Mega top right.
Ya volví.
Tracer.
System compromised.
Tracer low, no recall.
Catch you later.
Tank hacked on point.
Why would I be so disappointed?
This is our objective now.
¿Extrañaste?
Tracer low.
No te preocupes. Pagarás tu deuda.
Dead. Trojan low.
Good cap.
I'm on my game now.
Feeling much better.
Capped. Dead. Tracer left side, no recall. Soldier needs heals.
They're taking the objective.
Let me try that again.
It's огонь по готовности.
Ya volví. ¿Me extrañaste? Catch you later.
I'm with you.
EMP to stall.
We're good, we're good, we're good.
EMP
Alright,
in 3, 2,
We need
1.
to save the ring for when fights happen.
Juno left side. Soldier right side.
I'm not done just yet. ¿Qué tal?
Genji hacked. No deflect. Juno half.
Hostile spotted.
Slept. Diva.
They really have it out for me.
Juno deflect.
Mucho mejor. Did I scare you? Catch you later. Thanks, I needed that.
Sleep dart. Genji hack left side. Genji low. Diva hacked. Sojourn low, back left.
My power emanates.
¿Qué
Lay it on point. They're swapping. Tank hacked. She has no cooldowns. Setting up BMP. I'm gonna save it. Sojin hacked.
Objectives mine.
Let's get back online.
Coming back now. Just stall, just try to stall. I'm APing point now. Soldier half.
Feeling much better.
Somebody got it.
Dodge this.
Can't stall any longer. June, Kasune. Save it, save it.
They have my attention now. Objective lost.
Soldier half.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Soldier low. Tank hacked. Sojin low. Tank hacked on point. Tank low, no gold.
They are taking the point. Defend it with me.
Trying to keep me out? I don't think so.
We can stall. EMP in 3, 2, 1.
No heals like can't go in, that's why.
And a low, and a 1. Back left.
I'm not done just yet.
Should not have used ults there. That's fucking crazy. Your tank's dead.
I'm here. Hack complete.
Pain is inevitable.
Sojin hacked. Soldier half. Can someone look over here while I'm doing a 1v1? That'd be great. Tank low. No sleep.
No ability to move forward.
I'm trying to help you make space for you, but
Nah, I get it. We're all trying, but I have no ability to move forward.
tank hacked. No spear, no gold. Sarissa's using every cooldown.
No, this is a fucking matter of nobody fucking shooting.
Soldier hacked. Soldier right side.
Do we cap? Yeah, I played Ryan and nobody shot anything that I was swinging at, so that's where the stats are. It's not like I have 0 damage. It's not like they have 1,000 hit points each. Everybody was playing their own fucking game.
Objective capture. Tengo que irme. Advance to objective D.
Sleep. Tank hacked. Tank half. No bubbles. Soldier hacked.
This ends now.
soldier.
I've got you in
Let's get back to basics.
This Moira died 9 times.
They really have it out for me.
GG.
Good luck out there.
Did I just demote? There's Moira. As wild.
I'm screaming my lungs out, but there are no words to make a sound. Even you can drown in the lies that you keep around.
There are no secrets. You can't take falling down by yourself, Jack.
Okay, do you want me to run Torb? Or you want me to go dive with Summer?
What do you say?
Do you want me to run Sombra or do you want me to run Torb for anti-dive?
Sombra's fine.
Alright. Hack Megalith side. Sounds like they're on Reaper. I'm going to grab their Mega. Coming back now. Mercy low. Sojourn hacked. I'm dead here. How does this soldier know where I am? Sojourn 1. Ripper no fade.
They're pushing. Let's push back.
Be on car at half. Reaper behind. Thank you for swapping. Setting up EMP. EMP in 3, 2, 1. Right half. Reaper low. I'm swapping. This isn't working. No fire strikes. Reaper right side. Reaper's still holding high ground. He swapped to the left side. Does he have Shatter?
I think so.
Lucio half. Oh, wait, I couldn't. I got a hack on the Mercy once the entire game. Anna's not the play here. Just FYI. Against the Reinhardt, just not the play. Never gonna get sleep off.
I think I can make this worth my time. Let us keep our questionable choices.
Doom. Doom no jump. Doom hacked. Doom hacked. Mercy low. You're gonna turn for me. Okay. Genji top right. Doom hack the point.
I don't think so.
Get out, get out.
Surrender to my will.
You might find purpose in a forest or on a mountain, in an aircraft hangar, or at a secure, undisclosed location.
Or no fade. No hacked. And you no deflect. Hanzo right side. Turn for Doom. He still gets out. So low.
I'm getting the objective. That's pretty boring.
Careful.
They're mega.
A sip for the parch. I'm untouchable. Tengo que irme. Hack complete. Much better. Enemy spotted.
Genji behind. Genji hacked. No deflect.
Mucho mejor. Did I scare you?
Hostiles are taking the objective.
Gotta go. I see
My
you.
ultimate is charging.
There's a VMP.
My ultimate is
You're getting chased the top. Blade.
Nano boost administered. I'll find the back door.
I am unbound. Taking hold of the objective.
And I'm back. Apagando las luces. Care to join me?
You're here?
Right now. Peace. Hack complete. Ay, te asusté.
We're half. You're correct. Reaper half.
Catch you later.
Doom, 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 doom. Doom one. Genji.
Hasta parece que no se están esforzando.
First round, 1.
Gotta go.
Score 1-0.
Tools in hand, brain in key. May I still call you Captain?
In my world, there are no secrets.
Now you will see how war can be waged and won.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Mega.
Victory is within our grasp. Oh, hack complete. I'm under attack. Hush now. I slept it out. Enemy inside. I see a hostile. Tengo que irme.
Genji up top. Cass hacked. Doom behind. Attacking Doom. Now.
Gotta go.
My ultimate is charging.
Todo listo por aquí. Concussive out. Over there. Free to engage.
Doom hacked. No block. We're down one support.
Catch you later.
Genji on point. Genji hacked. Genji low, no deflect.
Enemy here.
They're taking the objective. Focus our defense.
You're mine now.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Targeting hostile. Ay, te asusté. Tengo que irme.
Doom up top low. Doom hacked. Coalescence, bottom right. We're hacked. No fade.
My ultimate is almost charged. I copy. Morale ready.
Setting up EMP. Walk right side, go right side. EMP in 3, 2, 1. La Moira. No fade.
A darle otra vez. Tengo que irme.
Brigitte at your service.
Hackeo listo. Somebody call.
Point.
That part was boring.
Oh. Gas low. No roll. High noon. Just dump heals into him. That's what you're supposed to do.
Meteor strike.
Lost. Turret in position. Score 1-1.
I've been trying to hack him. Not any good opportunity to do so, but it doesn't seem to matter, so.
I'm not a little girl anymore.
You'll always be my little girl.
You're embarrassing me.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Hello. This is the critical moment. We must construct a path to victory.
Him top left. Inside. No deflect. No cleanse. Genji half. Moira half. Genji low, left side. Genji low. Gas half. Genji half. No deflect.
Meteor strike.
I'm overloading.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Genji low. No cleanse. Tank low. Wow.
Turning up the heat.
Genji top left. Genji half. To the left side, Genji. No deflect. Turn for the blade. It's just like... Dude is sitting over there alone for 5 seconds and nobody's turning. He's begging to be killed.
Meteor strike.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Definitely wasn't the tank's fault why we lost. So. How can their Genji play so far up and out of position and aggressive and not get turned on? But yet, if I do it, even once per game, I instantly die. But their team can be out of position for, I don't know, 5 seconds every team fight, and nobody notices the out of position person and turns and kills them. All it took was the sim to look to her left and shoot. And we would have killed the Genji on multiple occasions. And it's like they're in voice, they can hear me. They can hear me when I go, you know, Genji's way out of position over to the side, just look. All you gotta do is just look. And like nobody looks. Hey, GG Genji. It's just funny to me. People can be so out of position and just not get punished for it. Because people are so single target focused. So I gotta look ahead, all you gotta do is just turn. Just pivot. And look at something different. And then you just shoot a couple times and wow, they die. Ain't that a novel concept? Oh no, now we're gonna have a bad Doomfest. And a bad Ashe. Ain't that always the way? When they're against you, they're good, and when they're on your team, they're booty cheeks. Slow rank, nobody does that. Yeah, but they should though. Like, all you gotta do is listen to a call out, turn and shoot. Instead of dumping in all your resources and all your effort to just go after the guy that's not out of position. Instead, just go after the guy that's out of position. Not a hard thing. Tank act. Kirkolo. Grab their mega. Echo right side. Two right side. I can't grab it right now. Pin. Nobody down main, they're all right. No stickies. Right here, close. We're down on support. Echo half. Ryan pin. Our tank's dead. No stickies. Some sort of shield break for Reinhardt. The Doom's just gonna handle him. Why not? Let's regroup. Copy. It's Shatter for sure. And hacked. And Anna. Attacking Ryan now. No pin. I'm gonna grab their mega left side. Also gonna grab their mini diva. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm dead here. Thank you. I'm gonna EMP this. There's 4 over here. They rotated. EMP in 3, 2, 1. Brig on cart. I have to swap. Zen Kiri. Cleanse. Don't want support. I got pinned. I don't know how that landed from such long distance. My pins don't go. Actually, yeah, it was pretty close. Felt like it was long. Echo no stickies. She's up top. Brig half. And a half, and a 1. And Shatter. Side, up top. No sleep. Brig half. Brig 1. Echo right side. miles away. Kill tank now. Go up top. Half, right side. Tank half. I got slept. Lamp. How is that Anna hitting you with sleep from like 6 miles away 3 times in a row? I don't know why our tank decided to go Doom, Diva, Junk. No, Doom, Orisa, Junk. After the Diva. Doom, Orisa, Diva, and now on Junker Queen. And now Reinhardt. Like, brother. There's a character named Ramatra. He counters. He was made to counter Reinhardt. Make that swap, dude, and just be okay.
Maximum power. Take bunch, but we'll get it done.
They're gonna run like, they'll probably run Doom again. Or no, they'll probably run Diva. Full dive and just burst us out.
Now it's going
Your
to
work
get
is a
interesting.
hypothesis. Prove it.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
It's Doom on Doom battle. Perfect. They have no cleanse. They have no mercy res. Tank, play passive, play passive. You know that you know you had to have seen the kill feed. We went down a player, and then Mercy had to res me. That's when you go, let's slow this down a little bit, not pin.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Now it's all on Torb. I mean, that's all on Reinhardt. He knows that we died and we are Mercy res. He needed to play passive and slow. Instead, he pins in with half HP when we don't have the healing. We didn't have the cooldowns. Torb half. Stickies. Echo here. Echo one. Break lamp. Echo here. Jericho no TP.
You caught?
We're going backwards. Wait, are we filming a flashback? King of beauty.
Going up top. What's that all about? Those stickies.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Tank low. Door behind. Torb half. Torb one. Jericho low. I can't hit a single shot today, dude. Single shot. Not one. Where are they gonna play? Probably gonna go this way. Pin the torp, pin the torp, pin the tank, sorry. More low.
Show them what you can do.
Okay. Shatter behind. Echo low. Echo behind.
Take them. Advancing upward.
GG. First one of the day. After like 7 losses or something stupid.
T-Mobile. Same goes from a walk.
I kind of want to run support. But I also don't want to like sweat my ass off. We'll give it a game and see what happens.
Submission is the key. Nature. Helpless. Weak. Sit for the punch. Resilience is lacking. You need only ask for my help. The delirium is stubborn. An eldritch blessing, surrender to my will. True is your being. Flourish, nature.
Only 2 days left. I don't even think I'm gonna finish this. Yeah, there's no way. I have 250,000 plus. $70,000. So over 300,000. That ain't happening in the next 2 days. Oh, accused.
I thought I was alone in my head. Have I been listening to another voice instead? Tell me your name and where you've been. All my life I've been disowned from beneath my skin.
Support longer than DPS. Why? Oh, Lucio Moira, this is gonna be a problem. Oh, they swapped. Okay. I mean, if we run Ryan, maybe, you know. So, Bastion's gonna get eaten alive. Try to stay with him a little bit.
Receive my aid.
Down one support. Good tank. One pin. Tank low.
What are we doing here?
Better. Get out, get out, get out. I can't see you, Bastion. Lucio, get out. They're rotating to you. We have to wait now. But we really can't afford to, so. Just give up this point. Just give up this point. We're not fighting that.
Just sit on points.
Close right side, Sojourn. Sojourn right side.
I'm gonna grab the point.
I'm pinning. Sojourn half. Thanks on Queen though. Pinning.
Still done well.
Tank back up. We're not ready, tank. to use Cole. I don't think I can keep her up. There's Shatter. There's Pin. Need to get off the Lucio. Okay, there's the swap. Might be too little too late though. Take this way. Just rotate. Just rotate a point.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Receive my aid.
Soldier here.
There's a test subject. The force is vulnerable. Let us take it.
Pinning. Use Cole. Left Weaver low.
Nah, dude.
Point.
What kind of fucking lobby is that?
Definitely don't know.
Evolution is a painful path to walk.
You need to stop staggering. That's all we've been doing this whole game. It's just terrible positioning. That's left side. I'm getting Shatter. Tank's low. Rotating the Torb. Cast right side. You can punish the cast now. No pull. You need to play up. You have to pull out some ults. Play here, Kiriko. So we can use Kitsune down this main. Need to pull ults before they get to the point. Soldier on right side. Can't see him. He's too late on Kitsune. Worth it, but he just saved everything. They're swapping. I have Torbolt for this fight, probably. Mid fight too. It's a good pick. Alright, bro. Hog. Reaper here. You have no TP. Point. I couldn't get out. What's our tank doing? Why would you do that? Oh, this tank is garbage, dude. Why would you LOS yourself? I just don't understand. No hook. Kira, go back up. We have no cleanse. You're on point. Trojan 1.
Over here.
Dash and build as well. Get that a tank.
You cannot escape me.
Kira goes way too forward.
Careful that right side, they like to flank there.
Hog no hook. Nobody right side. They're all coming main. Try to stagger the Weaver here. He's half. Alright, back up, back up, back up.
Over here.
Let's play the choke. That way, Bastion or Queen's ult can give value.
I'm gonna just keep back.
Venture gonna touch. I'm rotating back. More back too.
I'll melt more.
Venture low. Hawk purple. Weaver low. One point. No fade.
Secure. On my way. Next, flashpoint refinery.
What's up? My ultimate is ready.
Or no fade. Not world. We only have our support ults for this fight. Let's use Kitsune. He's pinning in. Weaver low. Prop one. Save ults. Andrew got out. We're getting off Orion, I think. Reaper no TP. Tank half.
Full skulls.
Reaper no fade. Tank low. Trying to keep you at Bastion.
Damn, her shield's crazy. My bomb didn't kill her and she was like 1.
GG.
Victory. Play of the game.
They're more play grade too. He popped ult so late in his health. He should have popped it once he jumped out. He jumped out, then he bashed, and then he popped ult. I'll be right back. It's about time.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
What an interesting hypothesis. If it must be done, let it be done quickly.
I was born to rule.
Hanzo.
Alright, listen up, team.
Run.
What is it?
Side. We have no cleanse.
Run half.
There's no dynamite.
Eyes open.
Tank low. Pinning. Good knife. Down with support.
Axe doesn't do anything. That's cool.
Ugh, they took the robot from us.
Quickly and hold the moment. Progress is seldom won with ease.
Enemy here.
A taste of poison.
We don't have. I'm here with the tank. Ash low.
I'm behind him.
Mercy, mercy, mercy.
I was behind him when he shattered me.
Making steady progress.
Ash on bridge.
What is nice on bridge?
Bot behind. Play this corner.
Fucking god damn it. What the fuck did all that damage to me besides it wasn't Bob? Oh, okay. Rigger.
I'm ready to rampage.
On my ult, they don't have a Kiri, so we can do something here.
Your position is insurmountable. Time to put a stop to their efforts. Your end is within my
Hitting, you getting pinned. Turn.
There we go. Nice burst.
Ash half. Juno half. Juno on bridge.
Is he a shutter?
The tank.
Run.
There's Shadow. To your left. Hanzo, side room.
Look at that push bot go.
fate's wheel.
Ultimate's charging.
Holy fuck, I just popped off. What the fuck?
Oh, I feel all warm inside.
RP Genji.
Genji's dead.
A taste of
Satellite vector. Group up.
Kidding.
I did not realize we all died that quick.
receive my aid.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Over there.
Right here.
Keep watch.
Hey, that's our robot.
Can't see you in there. Slow, echo low.
Right there, the Mercy's kind of tapped right.
Kidding. Kiriko Widow.
The enemy is pushing their boundaries.
She half.
Run. I fucking hooked him. I'm so lucky.
Leave him alone.
Come on, cutie. You're ours now.
He's dead.
What?
Do something.
Ping that Bob.
No one can stop me.
Here. Keep backing up, keep backing up.
I made him fuck up his ult though. Do you see that shit? I fucking. That's awesome.
Getting staircase.
I just made him waste shatter. I made him fucking shatter a wall.
Don't let them take the lead. Uh-oh, they're pushing.
Alright, I can ult here.
Pinning.
Let the kitsune guide you. Calling out the team.
Big ult. Go on, run.
Engage.
Go copy on Mega.
To start a win.
They're moving the barricade. Stop them.
Point.
Oh my fucking god! There was a Moira there.
On the echo.
Alright, let's get out.
They
Regroup.
take our lead. I'm taking heads. They're pushing ahead.
It's gonna suck. We have to push it again. Staggered. I fucked that up. My bad.
Chasing now.
A little care always helps.
Pinning. He's Cole.
I'm just
Tank.
getting so much damage on me. It's fucking insane. I'm gonna Mauga here just to try to help shield break.
Thank you.
Let's go get him.
Top right. Echo half. Life Weaver needs heals. I couldn't rotate him. There's more behind. 3 behind.
Evolution is a painful path to walk.
Somebody's got touch now. Wow, that fucking Ash just got a nasty shot on her Tracer, no gonna lie.
Yeah, they were running double long range against our Venture and Tracer.
Play of the game.
It's a tough matchup on this map.
What happened, Saturn?
Venture into Reinhardt the entire game.
That's tough.
I don't know how my other support only had like 3,000 healing the entire game. I don't know who he was dumping heals into, but basically nobody. Should never have the same amount of heals as me on that map. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at how many losses.
You might find purpose in a forest or on a mountain.
are shackled. Submission is the key.
I have yet to see a report on your latest experience.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commence.
I found
Go top right. Down with DPS. On the right side. Can't see you, Doom. I have no word for you.
Bothersome. Receive my aid. Enhancing your violence.
Thank you. Mercy resing. She's bubbled. Down 1 DPS.
Not so fast.
I see one.
This is not gonna work.
Railgun charge.
Resurrection. Come vile. Come to me and I will heal you.
Okay.
No one can hide from my sight.
Cannot escape me.
It's go time.
Our time is up. Push now.
Mercy low. Leave her low. Hanzo back left. Hanzo here.
Cautious. Nourished. Your assistance is appreciated.
I'll stay on cart. On our Anna. Sojourn. This game's over.
Score 0-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Our minds are shackled. Submission is the key.
I smell blood in the air.
Oh, you're gonna play low ground right there? Really? Good luck, buddy.
Taste of poison.
Down DPS. Widow top. Trojan low, no slide. Play behind the truck.
Great minds are always persecuted.
This Widow is something else, dude.
Receive my aid.
Approaching its destination. Play of the game.
Clear out.
Holy moly, today is just, it's not my day. It's clearly not my day. When did Ash get a, since when did Ash and Apex get like a flying ability? She can like boost around in a jetpack. Like, what is this? The hell am I watching? Just gonna play some Apex, I guess. This shit is just not it tonight. Looks like they revamped a lot of stuff. Yeah, it must have had a recent update. Oh, the season must have ended. What the hell is this? Charm? That was Rampart, there we go.
Run fast, hit fast.
See, John, eyes in gold. Okay. Range.
Tossing up some amped cover.
EK is not on the floor.
Wicked. Got me an upgrade. Still leveled up. I'm upgraded and better than ever.
What is this shit? Oh, they just put the heavy guns over here? God. Which button is it?
Getting my cover out of here.
Bound to anything? H, right? Heal, swap weapons, holster, grenade. Survival item?
Got me a new upgrade. Wait to give it a spin. Keep your mess out of the fast lane, plonkers. Tossing up some amped cover. Bloody
Glad to hear that they fixed the audio bug that's been on here for multiple months. Solid.
Let's pick the right way and go.
Live today, die tomorrow. Better than the other way around. Introducing your champion. Yes, I'm the jump master. You will fall to me eventually. Inspiration.
Good squad means
I'm the
good
jump
wins
master.
means good
No
times.
straying now. Let's land here. Landing around, we dropping.
You might find purpose in a...
Attention. First blood.
First blood.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown. Love me an LMG. One minute. Things close. Plenty of time to jam.
Attention, Evo harvesters are online.
Rings close. Got 30 seconds. Let's turn it up, mates. Hold your butts. Could use a bigger energy mag.
Rings around the corner. Standard stock here. Level 1.
Oh, that noise is gonna be so damn annoying. I just can't believe they haven't fixed it yet. Just really can't believe it.
Attention.
It's all game, every game.
There's a care package coming down.
this?
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Could use a bigger energy mag. This way sound good?
Harvester here.
We could go over there. Just a thought. If I'm wrong, thinking. Gain a level and an upgrade. Chal doom much up there. Feeling upgraded and ready to take on the world. Or a few blonkers at least.
Got an extended energy mag right here. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Got one. A bit too close for comfort.
New kill. I'm up.
Charging my shields.
Wow. Solid.
If I ever let you down, it's probably because I grew a bit tired of carrying you.
This is your champion.
How about that?
I'm the jump master. Yours, someone else.
Good, I'm the jump master.
Feel the speed! Yeah, baby!
Use your eyes. Enemy. Enemy here. Close enough to smell the... Yikes. It's a void here, mates.
Go faster!
It's a void here, mates. Putting up some amped cover. Tossing up some amped cover.
Down that one. I'm down.
I'm jump master. Start winding and I'll turn this whole drop around. You will never forget.
I'm Jump Master. Right, if you insist.
I'm jump master. Start winding and I'll turn this whole drop around. I got your back. Let's charge.
My design and calling it the Nemesis. Evil. And bloody brilliant.
These direction post. I see them. We are outside the history. Must get inside to make our mark. The flame draws me this way.
I need energy. Could use a bigger energy mag.
Energy ammo here.
I'll take it,
If
mate.
it's required, there is an extended energy mag here. Level 3. Optics here. If it is required, there is an extended energy mag here. Level 3.
You might find purpose in a forest or on a mountain, in an aircraft hangar, or at a secure, undisclosed location, or just beyond.
Take note. There's a new key.
There's the magazine.
Putting up some amp cover. Shield broken. Putting up some amp cover. Charging my shield. Charging my shields. That's a drag. My amp cover's destroyed. Giving my shields a recharge.
I'm not gonna let you down.
Enemy taken down. Ha! I'm dead. Dropping up some amp cover. Charging my shields.
Shields are recharging. I'm digging.
Amp cover for you, mates. Putting up some amp cover. I need shields.
Busted a buster shield.
Amp cover for you, mates. Amp cover. you, mates. Healing up. Hold on.
Still two teams.
Cover for you, mates.
I'm down. Enemy hit enemy in view there.
This one's free. Remember that.
Enemy killed.
I'm cover for you, mates. Another squad. Reloading. I need shields. Tossing up some amped cover.
Shield battery here.
Healing up. Hold on. Give
Defeated our antagonist.
tossing up some amped cover.
Beginning.
Look beyond. We'll walk this way. Contact with rifle.
Healing up. Hold on. Putting up some amped cover.
It's one. That way. This direction calls to me. Let us go. My thanks. This way.
Charging my shield.
Antagonist spotted over there.
Keep extended light mag here. Level 2.
I hear no heartbeats.
Reloading. There goes the champion. Putting up some amped cover.
We must go here. Enemy spotted. Far. I'm the whole court.
Champions out. Oh, the mighty have fallen. Right. That was the last one in the squad.
Killer kill. Here.
Healing up. Hold on. Hold on. Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Get some healing.
Attention. Loot bins have been restocked.
turn that area over. Hey, watch your heads. Replicator flying.
I hear no heartbeat.
Energy mag. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Ha! New kill leader. Bet they used a rampart for them shots.
Opponent over there. Opening fire.
Reloading.
Amped cover for you.
Putting my heart out there. Reinforcing my...
On their way. Reloading.
Tossing up some amped cover. Charging my shields. Getting shot at. I'm down.
Get you back on your feet. Antagonist.
Putting up some amped cover. Giving my shields. Feeling upgraded and ready to take on the world.
We're still in this. Shields are recharging.
Enemy's shield broke. Last one in the squad. We keep.
Protector. Replicator on its way. Let's cook.
Hidden. Hold on. Rings.
This way, perhaps.
45. We should scout this area. Battery closes. Watch your back.
Enemy over there. Just waiting to be stepped on. Any takers? Got one squad left.
Let's go. Got a new kill leader. Time to battle change. Reloading.
Extended light mag here.
Took down a pool. Bring in motion. Charge to safety.
Putting up some amped cover. Reloading.
Protector clocking in.
Frag out.
We must go here.
Amped cover for you, mates. Amped cover for you, mates. recharge. Right, getting my cover out of here. Tossing up some amped cover. Getting my cover out of here.
Need some healing.
Giving my shields a recharge. Amped cover for you, mates. Right, getting my cover out of here. Charging my shields. Amp cover for you, mates.
Reloading.
OT. Enemy spotted.
Of course, an artist sounds I am taking fire. I'm down.
Nice shot.
No one is left behind.
Enemy kill up close and in a big effect.
That's wild. That's wild that 2v3'd us. Because we split up. We split up and threw our game. Alright, so 15, 18, 19, 28, 29. What?
चल धूम मचाते हैं पार्टी टाइम
Pick me, I'm so bored.
No matter what, we get each other home.
This is your champion.
I'm Jump Master. All right, if you insist.
I'm the Jump Master. Try to keep up. Vámonos! Booyah!
First blood. Ring countdown.
Next ring's far. If you got a rocket ship, now's the time to use it.
Will any brave soul step up to them?
Gun shield generator. Attention, Evo harvesters are online.
Gotta hop up here. Boosted loader.
I gained a level and an upgrade. Shall doom machate hai. Got me a new upgrade. Can't wait to give it a spin.
Yep, I like pushing limits as much as the next guy, but we gotta go.
Care package being delivered.
Care package, sweet.
Optics here. Mid-range. Always better than iron sights.
And are those scented candles?
Watching out, OT. Not a bad idea to catch them first.
Get the fuck out of me.
Right in front of me, they ain't much.
Sí, por favor.
Got one. A bit too close for comfort.
Got my eye. We could check out here.
Got one here. Looks scared. I don't blame him. One in the distance. Doesn't look too scary, so you can come out of hiding. Tossing Arcstar. Got one here, looks scared. I don't blame him.
Cracked an enemy.
voice in your head. Trust it. Get ready to stitch him up.
You know, if you don't die in this thing, you live. How's that for a bit of encouragement?
This is your champion.
I am the master of my fate. And yours.
Rey. Estamos ready.
Oh, ready up.
Oh, they show where you are on the map.
Watch out! Some weird bloke just
Yo,
about
what
landed
the
on top of
fuck,
me.
dude?
Love me an LMG. Love me an LMG.
Extended line magazine here. Void here.
This way.
Okay.
Zipline right here, mates.
Mate.
First blood.
On me.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Checking this area. Getting shot at. Another squad's attack.
Fucking retarded ass motherfucking Wraith. God job, retard.
Say these skills cost credit.